Okay, so hello everyone, ladies and gentlemen. Please let me welcome you at Czech Open Source Policy Forum 2024. My name is Jiří, I'm a member of Open Cities, and I will be your guide during this conference this day. So I'm very happy that I can invite you, welcome you here. All of you also, hello, I'm waving to the cyber space because we are also streaming online. So hello everyone also for the online participants. So, what is it? You know, we are here, a Czech Open Source Policy Forum. It took more than, I would say, 1.5 years of developing this kind of initiative, and I'm extremely happy that we can meet all of us here and discuss the topic. We didn't do it alone. We have our organizers and partners from NGO sector, academia, and business, and without them, it wouldn't be possible to be standing here today. So basically, let's thank you to Česko.Digital, Open Forum Europe, Open Content, OSPO++, Red Hat, SUSE, and Institute of Computer Science from Masaryk University. And basically with this Czech Czech National Open Source Program Office, we are starting the initiative to start a collaboration between different sectors of academia, business sector, and NGOs and public sector. So this is it, and what's the goal of today's event? Basically, we should launch the initiative, you know, that's it. You know, this is the first official event of the initiative, and to kickstart these efforts and to activate the community and work to support more open source use in public sector academia, but not only with them, connected also as well with businesses and NGO. As you can see on the program, in a minute, we are going to have a welcome speech from the Deputy Prime Minister for Digitalization, Mr. Ivan Bartoš. After that, we are going to look on the European Commission perspective on open source from Gijs Helenius from Digitalized. After that, we are going to talk about the National Open Source Program Office's initiative, what does it mean, and how we should look at it from Axel Tenevet from Open Forum Europe. And we are going to switch to the presentation of United Nations Omar Moishine that is going to talk about how these open source initiatives are going global. And last but not least, in the morning session, we are going to talk about the road from Brno Open Source Declaration in 2022 till today, 2024, when we are launching this Czech Open Source Program initiative. So this is going to be the morning program, and in the afternoon we have two panel discussions. One is very topical on Cyber Resilience Act and its implementation, because this is really connected to the open source topic. And of course, the second panel discussion is going to be about sustainability of the open source projects within public sector and academia. So this is again the issue that we heard a lot about during these 2 years or 1.5 years of preparation of this initiative. Of course, the lunch is missing there, so don't worry, we are going to have a lunch, and we are as well going to have a coffee break. And in the end of the day, please stay with us. We are going to have a special drinks that are prepared only for this event, and there will be some code and community drinks, etc. So it was special prepared from one of the famous bars here in Brno. So I hope that we are going to enjoy today. I'm looking forward for all the discussions. And now it's my great honor to welcome here the Deputy Prime Minister for Digitalization and Minister of Regional Development to give his welcome speech. Thank you very much, dear Minister, and floor is yours.
So thank you for the microphone. I would like to talk top of the head, but since we are already late, and the most important things I'd like to say I've got written in here, I will sneak peek sometimes to my notes. So dear colleagues, friends, ladies and gentlemen, cyber community, everyone who is online, it's a great pleasure for me today be here at the opening of a Czech Open Source Policy Forum conference. And today I'd like to emphasize the importance of open source software, not only to me, but mainly to the citizens of Czech Republic. I'm delighted that the efforts on the importance of the National Open Source Program Office we started back in 2022 during the Czech presidency of the EU Council now bring results, and it was mentioned here, it took a while. So we can meet here today at the first Czech Policy Forum on this very topic. This event also signifies the establishment of the Czech National OSPO network, dedicated to strengthening the use of open source technologies in both public and academic areas. Moreover, it aligns with our commemoration of 20 years of our membership, EU membership, which we are celebrating this year and the next month. Since 2022, significant progress has occurred in both digitalization itself, but also an open source, not only within the Czech Republic, but also internationally. The establishment of the digital agency, for example, DIA in Czech Republic, stands out, serving as a central coordinating body for digitalization efforts, and I believe the DIA is up and running in its full power, it will be important partner to such community, but also will help with promoting open source towards the solution that we are delivering to the Czech citizens. Internationally notable legislative efforts such as the Interoperable European Act or the Cyber Resilience Act mentioned here underscore the close connection between open source and digitalization, and I later in my speech also to explain that particular part. Countries like Germany, France, Netherlands, Luxembourg and others are gradually establishing their national equivalents to the Open Source Program Office, or they have already done so. So we are not the last, but we are also not the first. Let's call us smart followers, but in many areas we could call ourselves pioneers. And Brno especially, I'm not saying that just because I'm in Brno, but many initiatives started here and I'm very happy for that. Additionally, a significant progress in AI technologies, also frequently rooted in open source frameworks, is those are transforming various parts of the industries. And I am pleased that the similar initiatives have been initiated in our country, aligning with the core objective of the Brno Open Source Declaration endorsed during the Czech presidency 2 years ago. So the work continues. I'm strongly convinced of the importance of open source, also based on my lifelong, almost I can say that, participation and professional experience as also a member of the Pirate Party, which started 15 years ago, because one of them fundamental pillars of the party was precisely principle of open source. It's relevant to public administration, but, and I emphasized that on my previous speech here in Brno a year ago, also on cooperation between the community and sharing the knowledge. I do hold, even it's hard within the government because the long-term projects are usually not based on open source, but I hold on advocates for this stance, both as a chairman of the Pirate Party and as a member of government to this day. Open source does encourage innovation and experimentation, driving the development of cutting-edge solutions to complex social changes and challenges. State, which I do have somehow represent here, must be capable of planning and seeking efficient solutions in the field of digitalization based on expertise. And one of the crucial topics is to support transition to open source, which is a part of that solution. Therefore, in advocating a long-term effective and stable solutions, we must strive even more in today's interconnected Europe. And as we could speak before the meeting started or the conference started, the close international cooperation is the key for future success and also a path for future funding through to EDIC schemes and such. Once again, I would like to emphasize the importance of open source and share examples, what it means to me, but I believe what it means also to you. And personally, I perceive its significance in 6, but I could probably name more areas, and I'd like to depict them. Firstly, it is the innovation. No doubt, open source has truly popularized many technologies, such as software containers, for example, Therefore, it's bringing entirely new segment to the market as it goes through the time. The second one, it's reusability, aiming to use what already exists and works, which could be, for example, translated then into another improved solution to municipalities that helps digitalization, reuse of the parts of the software also, and this is the important part, saves the money on the local but also on the state budget. It's stability and security, therefore I'm very happy that the afternoon part targets the question of security. They are the cornerstones of the internet, and those are carried through open source. It's natural guarantee of interoperability, open protocols, thereby expressing a clear stance against vendor lock-in practices, and one of them sponsors and supporters, Česko.Digital, also is an important player in promoting open source to the state solution. And as an opposition party, 3 years ago, we put in the digital Czechia strategy, even though we were not the governmental party, entire part of fighting the vendor lock-in through using an open source. And I believe few people here in the hall also cooperate with us on this particular part of the Czech strategy. It's a healthy and highly sought after competition against proprietary products, which helps develop the culture of data circulates, not people, crucial for the digitalization of public administration. So we are changing those buzzwords often used by politicians into the real thing. And last but not least, open source means freedom. The freedom to study, to develop oneself, and to cooperate with the community around, which I still believe, even though we are in the digital area, this is one of the most important part that drive us forward, cooperation within the community and mutual support. I'd like to revisit the central idea of my speech today that I held in 2022 when I spoke about the importance of communities for development of open source idea and technologies. The fact that we are standing here today inaugurating the Czech National Open Source Program office wouldn't happen without the community, with silent supporters, with the companies that are operating on the field, with the politicians, with the local activists, but also with people who dedicated their life to promoting this approach. So this is the community. Therefore, I'm pleased that this community-driven nature has also influenced the setup of that initiative, which aims to help promote the use of open source technologies in the public and academic sectors, as we committed in 2022. However, it also acknowledges the importance of a discussion with other stakeholders, including representatives from business sector, non-profit organization, enthusiastic of open technologies. Open data foster collaboration and knowledge sharing across sectors, enabling stakeholders to work together towards common goals. And maybe I would just mention one important thing for me. Anytime we open the discussion historically, 10 years ago, maybe even 5 years ago, before the COVID usually, there were many thoughts about is that the solution to the thing? It's an open source, open access, open data is solution. And I was surprised when for somebody lifetime work 20 years after that, we could stand up as a presidential country, and I heard them voices from, let's say, the old school politicians saying sharing is the key to European success. We should have an access to scientific information that was paid by the public money. And if I take a look to the history of the open source community, but also to the important people who try to line up that part of the development, stressing out the security features, open source code, not to be spied by some proprietary software, they were always blamed as crazy guys who don't understand the business. Now all the Europe speaks about that, about the community, about the open source code, about the cooperative and collaborative approach. So you, not we, but you finally succeeded in that. So be proud of that. That's why I'm happy I could be here today. This conference wouldn't be also done without the other initiatives that we held together, which was an Open Alt Forum, Linux Days. Those were providing very important environment for discussions, and all of those things actually led us to the time before we as a Pirate Party lead by example and develop open source solution, which I sometimes blame a little bit, but we are using Keycloak, Redmine, Vectail, Nextcloud, Jitsi, KVM, and Linux. So even it's sometimes harder, we try to do what we preach. So hopefully, and we can see them implementations already in the public administration in the parts of Czech Republic. We had a chance to actually influence the real development of the software. I'm too long, but I started already with the 7 minutes a. What is one more thing about the communities? It's important that not everyone needs to be a developer, right? Or the geek, or the, I don't know, code advisor, security expert. Everyone can contribute to this common goal in its own way, whether through translation, support, small financial contribution, which is very important also for the community, but also by the marketing skills may be carried through some political organizations. So the community is strong because it just binds people together, where everyone can contribute with the things he knows. Maybe one more thing I'd like to say, and I already mentioned the Czech Digital Agency. Of course, the progress, and you are partners to the cities, maybe to the different parts of the governments. Of course, it could not be delivered without a certain level of partnership on understanding of the state and public administration. It's worth nothing then progress is needed happening in this field. Czech Republic has its own national open source portal created, code.gov.cz, for sharing the source code. This portal is aiming to help and connect active individuals and communities across the public administration to jointly share proven solution based on the open source and reusable by other public sector partners. And I hope this approach would be more and more used in the future. Additionally, the citizen portal and the national web design system also runs on open source infrastructure, which usage is being strongly recommended. Basically, it's mandatory, but no one historically cared. So we do care and moving towards that direction as well. Although open source was previously looked down upon and even discriminated against in public tenders, time is changing. I look forward to seeing what the actionable step the Czech National OSPO will bring in this regards, which my colleagues will discuss today, and how we can connect to similar initiatives within Europe. And I wouldn't talk longer. There are so many things that are important, and it's a community that is important. It's not about the keynote speaker here. I would like to wish you good luck. I hope we can cooperate closely, even though we do have also resource shortage on our side, since the state does not really operate on open source principles. So there is always some bug that you first need to discover and then ask someone who can fix it. But I believe not only today conference, but the cooperation with you guys from OSPO would bring them results, even though we were waiting to this particular moment for 2 years. Thank you for attention, and excuse me to being too long.
So, thank you very much, Deputy Prime Minister, for the welcome speech and warm welcome. And now we are going to switch to the next speaker. That's going to be Gijs Hillenius from Open Source Program Office at European Commission, and he is going to join us online. So give me just a second. We are going to switch it on the online. Just a moment. Yes. Okay. Hello, Gijs. Can you hear us?
Absolutely.
Perfect. So I would like to welcome Gijs Helenius from European Commission OSPO Network. Gijs, the floor is yours. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I will share my screen. Bear with me for just a second so that you can see the presentation. Yuri, please let me know if that works. Good. I'll go back to the first slide. Good morning, dear Deputy Prime Minister for Digitization, Bartosz, honorable guests. Thank you for making today possible the official launch of the Czech National OSPO. Dear Lucy and Yuri, thank you for being an inspiration for all of us, for being an energetic driving force for open, basically everything open, all things open, not just in Brno, not just in the Czech Republic, but in the wider community, especially in the network of European member state open source program offices, the network of OSPOs. To everybody who is there in person and all the people online, I'm sorry that I'm not there in person. The Commission OSPO, we would have really liked to be there. We were in Brno with you in 2022. And so we know OSPO is a great city and very welcoming people there. It was just not possible for us today to join you. But that said, I'm very happy and honored to give you take a few minutes of your time to talk about open source at the Commission, give you a bit of a wider context. And I have a whole bunch of slides, but don't worry, it will go fast enough. That was already the first slide. This one is going to paint you a bit of a historical overview of how long the Commission has been involved in open source. And it actually goes back to the early 1990s. When researchers at the JRC, the Joint Research Center in the north of Italy, in Ispra, were already experimenting with open source, and the commissioner for DG INFSO at the time was asking them also to help them become an online presence, make the Commission an online presence. So the very first websites of the Commission ran on Linux, and the very first efforts of the Commission to start sharing geo-information and geospatial information, satellite data and environmental data was done on what later became the Apache software web server. And so this diagram will show you that we have been using open source in the infrastructure like everybody else, like the industry, like all other public services across the world have been using open source in our infrastructure, in our clouds, in our data centers, which eventually became our clouds. I'm speeding ahead here. And it's a staircase diagram, so logically open source started creeping into all parts of IT, because these days open source is literally everywhere. We cannot do anything online without using open source. And the little times that you see at the bottom of this diagram, 2000, 2003, etc., those are the years in which we basically look back and said, let's write down quickly what we have been doing on open source so that we can hand it over to our successors. In 2020, we made a switch. We actually announced an open source strategy that was forward-looking, that said, okay, so this is what we have been doing, but now we need to catch up. And that's what I'll be talking about a bit. So in 2020, we created a new version of the open source strategy. We made it public. That was the first time we announced it publicly. And it came with an action plan, 10 actions. This is the list. I will not read it to you, but you can maybe quickly skim it. And I will be talking about a few of these actions, basically the highlights. So the first step, bits of recursion. We have to create somebody to be able to carry out all these actions, somebody to be the owner of the problems. And that was the OSPO, the Open Source Program Office. And I'm one of the people in the OSPO. This has been created. These are some of the actions we're involved in, and I have already mentioned it. On the top right, you see the OSPO network, and there you see, open cities and others being represented. And we're very happy that you are part of our network, because it's a big motivation for us. But let me go to the main 2-3 actions. First of all, the Commission has some 6,000 software developers working for us at any one time. And we have thousands of projects. Most of these projects are for internal things, for internal developers, for internal projects. But what we noticed as a barrier is that our teams weren't really sharing the code. They were creating projects, but colleagues in other projects were not able to see whatever colleagues were doing. And so we made this change. And now when you create a project, it will be open to everybody else in the Commission who has access to the same code repository. And we're seeing a change here. Of course, we still have a very large backlog of projects that are still not open, and we're encouraging these teams to switch to the new setting. And this is what we are noticing. More than 30% of our internal repositories are now open, which is really a big, big increase to when we started with this thing in 2021. And management and colleagues, everybody realizes it's making things easier. To give you an example, we have developers who are now looking for colleagues who have been using the same, say, Java library, and it gives them encouragement because they realize, okay, it can be used, so we will use it as well. And it saves us time. Another important action is making it easier for the Commission to share our software as open source. This had always been difficult. There's a slide that shows you this, but now it's actually quite easy. And this is something we launched officially in Brno in 2022, code.europa.eu, an externally focused software code repository. It's not only for the Commission, it's also for all the other European Union institutions, so the Council, the Parliament, the Data Privacy Supervisor and others. The European Central Bank is there. We have several agencies there, and it's actually quite a success. We're happy to be very busy onboarding new users all the time, every week, adding new projects. And one of our headaches now is to manage the space. So it's a good success. And there's a little list of several key projects. For example, Vecto, which is mentioned, is used. It's a Commission project, open source, but it's used by it's used by all car manufacturers and truck manufacturers and people that make buses, because it's mandatory to use as a reporting tool. There's Laos, which is a project that is used in some member states, but mainly inside the Commission, where it's used to create legislative texts. And anyway, so there's tons of projects there. A lot of the Connecting Europe facility projects are now moving to Code.Europa. And some of these tools are literally used by thousands of citizens and companies in the European Union. As I quickly said, it used to be very time-consuming to get permission to share Commission software as open source. It's just a legacy process, and how Commission decisions are taken. And one of the big changes that we made as an OSPO is that we created a Commission decision with others, we didn't do it all entirely by ourselves, that made it easier. So the default way for sharing software these days is by making it open source. And if you want to not share the software as open source, but you still want to disseminate it, for example, share it to member states, you will have to go through the paperwork process, which takes months, and this is a bit of a discouragement. So at the moment, it's really easy to share software as open source, and previously it would take 6 months of chasing signatures. And now, depending a bit on the size of your project, it will take anywhere between 1 and 3 months. So we've saved a lot of time there. And we're, as you saw on Code.Europa, it's starting to work. We also wanted, or our colleagues all said, we need a way to test new open source tools to see how we can innovate the way we work, by onboarding, at least temporarily, or piloting or testing open source tools that we've heard about. And so the Open Source Program Office has an environment where we can relatively quickly and relatively easily create labs. It's usually online, where we install web servers and give access to our Commission users to try out these things. CryptPad, Jitsi, Discourse, Hedgedoc, there's others. This comes with a process. That's the interesting part for working in the public service. This comes with a process to make sure that there is a governance group that says, okay, so this is the test, this is how long we will be testing it, these are the questions we'll be looking at, and hopefully eventually get to a decision to say, let's make this a permanent tool in the Commission toolbox. There is a lot of outreach coming from the Commission OSPO. Here you see the three main ways we do this. We have hackathons. This is the list of hackathons we've organized the past few years on Nextcloud, on Jitsi, on Xroad, on Moodle, on OpenStreetMap, and others. And we've had a whole bunch of bug bounties where we have some budget. It's not the Commission OSPO budget, but sometimes projects have a little bit of money left over, and it comes to us, and we are earmarking these to organize bug bounties with. And the challenging part about bug bounties is to have a legal framework to organize them. And we're happy to announce that we have this as OSPO. It's a result of working with the European Parliament on such efforts, and it's now part of basically a permanent way to allow teams to organize bug bounties. So the OSPO has prepared the road, and we have colleagues from all over the Commission who are able to use the road we prepared to organize bug bounties. But these, the ones that you see on the screen, are the ones we have organized the past few years. One of the ways to make sure that open source is better integrated is by asking new projects that come to the Commission, new projects that are launched by Commission colleagues, what they are doing with open source. So we have in our governance project management system inserted a bunch of questions that will make people start to think about, okay, so yes, we are using open source. That's evident because every project these days is using open source. But we are going to share what we create as open source as well, or we are going to share with the upstream communities whatever we will fix and contribute. This is also something that we have made a lot easier. Previously, our developers would sometimes have a bug fix or a documentation fix, and they would run into the same legal paperwork process that would make it very difficult for them, mostly time-consuming, to share this with upstream developers. It is now easy. If it's a small amount of code, you don't have to ask for permission. You can just do it. And if it's a larger feature, we would like to notify some people, but it's still relatively easy to share it. And so with this change in our governance project, where we are asking people to write a project proposal and answer a few questions about how they are interacting with open source, we're making people aware at early stages. And this is very important because you need to do coding in the open right from the start. If you don't, then you run into what we have as Commission, thousands of projects that have never been written with the intention of being shared with many others right from the start. So there's things in the code that are not intended for other people than the team, and to rewrite that costs time and effort, and this is usually why it's not done, which is also one of the things we're tackling. So every now and then we will organize some of these teams to sit together and look at their code and, for example, take out all the passwords, put them in a secure vault, so that we can then move these projects from, say, close to the team to open to all teams to maybe open source in the future. And so here's what you see. You have development teams who are sharing their code, development teams who are starting to look into what other teams are doing. And to be honest, it's also helping us to save some costs. For example, we are using GitLab for Code.Europa, and people are surprised that GitLab is giving us all the bells and whistles of the full Ultimate Enterprise Edition for free. But it comes, of course, with, it has to be open source. But it's a fun tickle for the other projects because they realize we're offering good services and at lower cost. So it's good. I'm going to round off, but I wanted to mention one thing. We are very happy to work with the European Parliament on a pilot and a preparatory action. It's a bit of jargon, but it's a way that the Parliament can help steer some of the budget of the European Commission to targeted projects. And the Parliament has asked us, the OSPO, to work on a project to basically pool resources of European member state OSPOs, pool resources of European member state public services. First, to share source code, to share solutions built on top of these source codes. And so we are working slowly towards a European catalog that federates by linking all the existing catalogs in the member states. So that there's one of those in the Czech Republic, there's several in France, there's one in Germany, there's basically all member states have a catalog like this, or almost all of them do. And we are trying to make sure that the solutions, the software solutions in there are easily discoverable. What is really sweet is that we're also proving that it is possible to reuse existing software, because sharing source code is really the easy part, but reusing somebody else's code, especially software written for a public service in another legal system, in another language, is not easy. But here, for our solutions catalog, we are piloting the reuse of code written by Team Digitale in Italy, which is helping us to create our solutions catalog, which we will eventually make available on the Digital Solutions Catalog, the new name of the joiner platform. So stay tuned. We're currently looking at, we're currently federating from Germany and Italy, and we will be federating with other member states soonish. And that is basically all I wanted to talk about. You can reach us here, and I do not know really if there is time for questions, but I'm fine either way. Thank you very much for your attention, and I wish you a very nice day in Brno.
Thank you very much once again. We are running a little bit late, so we have no time for questions, but thank you very much, and please keep with us online via the stream. So thank you very much, and I would like to go for the next phase. Just a moment. Yeah. Sorry, a little bit technical problems. Just a moment, yeah. Perfect. So, and I would like to invite a next speaker on the stage. It's Axel Tenevet from Open Forum Europe, where he works as a policy analyst, and he is going to talk basically about what the OSPO means, what is it, etc. So we were talking a lot during these 2 years, how the structure the OSPO and what is it actually, and Axel is now going to give you a talk about what this is actually means. So floor is yours, Axel, and I will give you the presentation in a minute. Just a moment.
Thank you so much, Jerry. Okay. Well, good morning, everyone. It's a pleasure to be here again in Brno after 2 years. We were there for the Brno Declaration and at oh, perfect, thank you. And to basically start talking about Czech National OSPO. And today I'll have the pleasure to be able to talk a bit more about this. Since then, I've been able to do a bit of research on this and to work a lot around the European Commission's platform from the Open Source Observatory, which basically scrutinizes open source policy in the public sector. And we've also looked a lot about what OSPOs are and so on. So my name is Axel Tivne. I'm a policy advisor at Open Forum Europe. We are a Brussels-based think tank. We work on open technologies, whether open source, open standards, open silicons, and so on. And we advocate for open source and for better regulations on open source and open technologies in general. And today, the whole question is related to digital sovereignty. So yeah, let's get to it. It's okay, I can use a computer otherwise. Oh, no worries. Okay. Okay, so this one I actually stole from one of my colleagues, but I really like this slide. It's a bit of an old one, but it's a good reminder. I guess a lot of you are either experts in technical, legal, or community aspects of what open source is. You all know about it and so on. A lot of people don't. A lot of people don't, a lot of policymakers don't as well. And the one thing that we have to remind ourselves when working around open source policy, and especially at government level, is most people don't know what it is. Or if they know about the name, they don't know what it really means, what it entails, what it needs to be supported, and basically how to help support its use in government. And there, just having this in mind, I think is very important when you talk about the role of an open source program office. It's a way to remind ourselves why having people dedicated to the task of actually orientating the work of a government, of an institution, of a local administration to their use of open source is actually useful. But when we talk about the role of OSPOs for digital sovereignty, I think another important aspect is to question what is actually digital sovereignty, where does it come from, what does it mean? And if we take the traditional definition of what sovereignty is, not only digitally, but just sovereignty generally, it's usually, if you take from a legal perspective, it's usually like the capacity of having a governance of a clear territory. So you have your borders, generally a national state with borders, and you're just going to have a state that's able to provide services to its citizens, to have laws and so on and so on. So when we talk about digital sovereignty, it's quite different, but it's also not that new of a concept. It has existed for a while now, maybe 10, 15 years. The one study that I'm quoting here is from Farid Gweham, Steps Towards a New System of Internet Governance. I quite like it. The author does kind of an history of where it sparked out, who started talking about it. And we see basically that in 2010, 2012, people in Europe started talking about it. Around the world, it was a bit earlier than that, but in Europe, that's mostly then. And nowadays, digital sovereignty is everywhere. We talk about it everywhere, especially in the European institutions, regulations. I don't know how much you follow this, but for example, in Ursula von der Leyen's Commission's president new mandate, when they announced basically the priorities of the mandate, digital sovereignty was one of the most important one. And it's also the case in national policies. It's the case in France, it's the case in Germany, and I know it's also the case in Czech Republic. So the question of digital sovereignty is not new. It's still something that's being developed though, and something that is gaining a new prevalence. And this prevalence is based around different factors. Basically, there's many points we could look at to explain that. The one I wanted to talk about were maybe the most obvious one, but you all know about GDPR's data protection. That was a big reason why digital sovereignty has been pushed in front of the public debate, at least in the EU and national member states, when it comes to data protection. When you think of Germany, for example, it's a big part of how they are shaping their policy. It's also the digitalization of public services. Like I was saying before, sovereignty, it's providing services to your citizen. So with the digitalization of those, you actually need to be able to control how you provide your services to your citizens. And it's also the technological independence. Maybe this one is more obvious, but just being able to control how you will actually, in the future, be able to provide an identity management system. And it's a big thing right now, right? We will soon have a European identity card, basically, and a European wallet and so on. And as well, the question of cybersecurity. I'm pretty sure you all know about Log4j, Log4Shell, pipelines, infrastructure attacks, and so on. Even ransomware against hospitals. We've heard about these kind of things. And governments are all quite aware that they now need to protect their assets and basically their public services. And there, open source has been basically pointed out as a potential tool to help achieve this sovereignty. There's basic qualities of open source that we talk a lot about at Open Forum Europe. You probably also can imagine why those are important, but the question of independence, of avoiding vendor lock-in, of avoiding conflict of interest with private interests or foreign interest is one of the main reasons open source is also being pushed as one of a tool to be able to achieve those. The question of transparency and accountability as well, and governments are also looking for customization, especially looking at local governance level. And finally, I think, cost effectiveness is also basically one of the most important part of open source. When we talk about public sector, it's one of the most quoted, at least, reason why administration, especially at local and smaller scales, are starting to use open source. But I think that's enough about digital sovereignty. You probably all have an idea about that. Let's talk about what the role of OSPOs are. It's a nice little leveling here. Because like I was saying in the beginning, if we're talking about the question of digital sovereignty and what OSPOs can actually do, this is not new. OSPOs have been existing in the private sector for more or less 20 years, and they're starting to exist now in the public sector since more or less like 5 years, let's say. And let's try to define it together. So these are the usual definitions we go to at OFE. Some from the To-Do group, one from the OSPO Alliance and one from us. They're quite similar. Basically, the idea is we're talking about a team, a center of competency, an organizational construct that helps support, that helps facilitate or define operations, strategies, and so on. Okay. It's just to have a common idea, but I think what is clear from this is basically that there's not one definition of what an OSPO is yet. We don't exactly know what it is. We try to define it, but every country has their local context, every institution has their context, and therefore they all have different ways of doing. I just want to go to one of those definitions. It's the one from the French DINUM, the Free Software Unit at the French Interministerial Digital Directorate. It's a very long name in English. So that's translated from French. I hope you will forgive me if it's not perfect, but let's get it together. An OSPO is a team that is a guarantor of an open source strategy. It creates and distributes resources for implementing the strategy aimed at a community and enabling dialogue with a wider open source software ecosystem. What I really like about this is the way they represent it. So it's basically the same thing on the triangle here in French, right? At the bottom you've got the team, and it's clearly written, the literal translation would be like a multidisciplinary team. And by that it means not only technical, it also means legal, it also means community. It means people that are able to collaborate in actually trying to achieve having an open source strategy that's able to basically steer the whole organization's role and also objectives for the institution that they're part of. With that strategy, they're able to produce resources, we're talking tools, guide, and so on, so that the community, and here community is to be taken from an internal perspective. So basically when we're talking, for example, about the Free Software Unit in France, from the DINUM, their community are the other ministries. They're basically working with just the other ministries of the French government, and they need to be able to provide them with the right resources. While all of that, while still being able to be talking with a wider ecosystem. So by taking this idea of an OSPO, the French DINUM was able to basically theorize how their work would do. And they're not the only one. There's many different kind of OSPOs, but having a clear definition is very important. There's also different categories of OSPOs, and please keep up with me here. These have been defined in a study that's to be published from the European Commission, a study that was led by a researcher called Johan Lineker, and he shared these preliminary findings at an event called OSER Turns 15 last year in November in Brussels. Through his protocol, he identified 5 kind of OSPOs. The national ones, like the one we're talking about today, the institution-centric one, the local government one, the association-based one, and the academic. All of those respond to different needs, to different contexts and are basically organized similarly but not exactly the same. And while today we are talking about national ones, here's the list as well of the OSPOs EU was able to identify that would correspond as of November last year to which one exists, for example, at the European level. So for now, the one that have been identified are these 4 different ones. The one I was talking about, the French DNUM one, the Free Software Unit, Developers Italia, that Gijs was talking about just before, the Center for Digital Sovereignty, or ZENDES in Germany, and the Luxembourg House of Cybersecurity OSPO. There might be some new ones since, but since I'm just going to base myself off those findings, we'll keep with those. And I want to stop at one of those, which is the Center for Digital Sovereignty, or Zentrum für digitale Souveränität der öffentliche Verwaltung. I took this one because the name is literally about digital sovereignty. So I think it's probably the best example we have for today. It was established in late 2022 with the idea of having federal member states being shareholders of this public-private organization. And basically, it was theorized in 2019 all around papers questioning vendor lock-in, sovereignty, independence from Germany's basically digital public services. And they still right now in charge of 2 products, OpenCode and OpenDesk. You've seen some things about OpenCode in the last presentation as well. OpenDesk was first called the Sovereign Workplace. It's supposed to be a cloud solution, a cloud suite for public administration to use instead of using, well, Microsoft or Google or whichever other big tech products. And what's interesting is that this whole center, ZENDES, the Center for Digital Sovereignty, had a conception model. And I think it's quite interesting to know about, especially when we're talking about the setting up of a Czech National OSPO here. Basically, here you can see all the tasks that were supposed to be the one of this organization, so translated on the left, but you got the roadmap, pretty clear. It's basically about being able to steer the organizations and so on. You got the guidelines on how to develop and use open source, right? You got the advising the public administration about the solutions, the services, the licenses, the co-development from existing solutions, but also just from the design of the solution, the community engagement with the wider ecosystem, and the communication and explanation about what is open source to public administration, because again, we've said it at the beginning, but open source is a niche. No one knows about open source in public administration, or very little. And the internal cooperation, as well as the OS marketplace. So all of those are quite similar to what we saw from the previous definition, right? But here it's really clearly explained what should happen and for which reason. The paper that this is originating from is from 2021. It was what led to the actual setting up of the Center for Digital Sovereignty. And nowadays, it's now been a year and a half, so since more or less December 2022, that the center has been running. And we recently got an update. We already have 6 federal states that are trying to participate in and being shareholders, basically, of ZENDES. There's collaboration at European level with the EC OSPO informal network. There's a partnership with the French DNUM about the solution that they have. So here, OpenCode, OpenDesk, like I said, formerly Sovereign Workplace, and about AI and LLMs. There's also the whole question of how to harmonize the standards for the code repository. Gijs was talking about this just before me, about how they will like to try to do this federalized European solution catalogs. And the question of how to push for the adoption of open source through just better products, just making well-designed UI, well-designed solutions for public administration to actually want to use it. And right now, they already got something that's going on. So the Sovereign Workplace, the OpenDesk thing, it's already used in the Robert Koch Institute, and I think in another place as well. So basically, it's just, I think, a good example of what can a national OSPO look like especially when it's targeted at digital sovereignty. But now that that's said, now that we've seen what an OSPO can look like, now that we define it, now that we've seen how it can defend digital sovereignty, let's not do that. Because, I mean, yes, let's do this, but digital sovereignty is not everything for open source. And I think it's very, very interesting that this has become now one of the leading political motives or public debate motives to use open source, but there's also limitation to what it implies for us. We've talked about it at the beginning, but digital sovereignty is a very complicated concept that's emanating from sovereignty itself. That's a physical thing, it's borders, it's a territory, it's citizens. There's no territory online. You will keep fighting for sovereignty over and over and over. And maybe there's some things to learn from other countries as well. And the three cases I want to talk about, it's basically cases I had the chance to learn about while doing research for the Open Source Observatory for OSOR. We did 3 reports, one on Bolivia, one on China, and one on Singapore. They all have very different open source policy, and they all are very keen on digital sovereignty, and even earlier than Europe. Actually, Bolivia is the one that was, in my research, the earliest. From 2011, they had a law mandating the use of free and open source software in the public administration, in federal administration. I think it's probably one of the earliest laws that exists in the world that mandates the use of free and open source software anywhere. What they've managed to do over the years is, in face of the fact that actually just having a law mandating something doesn't really work, they've had to adapt the law, adapt this regulation to be able to actually go into each administration and have, through a coordination agency that's the AGETIC, to be able to help each administration create an implementation plan. And here, I think the really interesting point that to be reminded or to remember from this is just what they managed to do is to look inside the country and to look inside each institution to try and achieve this digital sovereignty by being able to help steer each of them and to define clear path for each agency. This is a very quick summary of what they did. It's actually way more complex. The free software community in Bolivia was very implicated in that process. The people at the center of it as well were very important there. And there's clear political motives why sovereignty was so important for Bolivia back then and is still now. But that's not the only way. When you look at China, which is way bigger, very different ways of doing things, they don't have a law mandating the use of open source software at all. What they do have, though, is a very, very strong industrial policy. Public-private interests in China are usually very mixed. It's sometimes a bit hard to know which ones are which. And they use this policy tool called the 5-year plans. Probably might have heard of it. And they also have one for digital policy. In the 5-year plan, they have a clear objective, which is to be part of international steering organizations for open source projects. This point is basically their industrial policy and how they're reclaiming digital sovereignty. Because you might say, China has a great firewall, or China is being able to basically close themselves off. Yeah, but they're still dependent on Microsoft for their computer. They might claim otherwise, but they still use them. And the only way that they found now, or the way that they actually promote now that own or support their digital sovereignty is actually not by looking inward, but by looking outward, by looking to international organizations. And you might have understood in the last 10 years, 15 years, China has been everywhere, and they're very good at it. Like, they're part of technical committees, they provide actually good input, and there's a lot of debates as well in the open source communities around those things, right? But it's just another ways of defending this sovereignty. But slightly now, the last thing I would say, more or less, is basically when you don't have the power and the size of China, when you don't have the money and the companies China have, how do you do? And then it's my last example. It's the state of Singapore, which is quite small, doesn't have the same means, but still has the same problem with sovereignty and are very, very keen on defending their sovereignty, right? Here it's a very different approach. It's an entrepreneurial one. Because they don't have the means to influence every steering committee in the world by putting a lot of cash and money into lobbying them or being part of each committee, or they don't have actually the very large territory and therefore the big network of agencies and ministries that they have to coordinate. What they've done is have this group called the Smart Nations and Digital Government Group. That's basically steering everything. Inside of it, there's a policy implementation agency called GovTech that created a startup. The startup is called Open Government Product. And when I say startup, it's really how they work. That's how they describe themselves. I had interviews with them to do this report, and they're very interesting. They don't push open source because they think it's very important for each of their administration to have it. They do it because they just do it better. They do good solutions. And the solution that they created got adopted because they were just better at what they did. And they managed to actually push for innovation inside of their government and to get with that a lot of very good talents inside of their company. They're a very young company. They got a TikTok, and a very good TikTok actually. I've had a lot of fun watching what they did because it's just good communication. And they've managed to be in time with their generation, with their basically in coordination with their time, and to just do the work needed to be able to actually use open source and through that develop their own tools, and because of their success as well collaborate with greater international initiatives. And here we're talking, for example, about the Digital Public Good Alliances or other international initiatives like this. So yeah. Singapore is just the last model. But yeah, that's now 3 different possibilities, right? But we're not here for them. Today we hear about the Czech National OSPO. I don't mean to say I know what to do or what should be done. I just wanted to bring a little input on what has been done in the past, what has been done elsewhere. I know people that are in charge of the Czech National OSPO know already about those, but it's pretty nice to be able to share it with a wider audience today. I'm very much looking forward to see how you will be able to adapt this definition, this role, this strategy to your context, to your needs, because the Czech Republic, Czechia has very different history and still very similar needs. So yeah, that's more or less all for me. Thank you very much for your time. I don't know if you have time for any question. If not, it's not a problem. But if there's any question, I'm happy to take them.
So thank you very much, Axel. And we have space for one quick question. Anyone from the audience? So no question? Okay, so we will continue with the program. Once again, thank you very much, Axel. Thank you. Okay, so now we have seen the European Commission how they are tackling the open source within the organization. Then we have talked about the national perspectives from different states, and now we are going to move with our program to another example how this could look like, and that's the OSPO as a global driver of digitalization. And what's kind of special, the Omar Moshin that is going to join us in a minute online. So he is working for the United Nations, and this is the story how they work with the concept of open source program office. So give me just a minute. I will again invite Omar online. Okay. Okay. Hello, Omar. Can you hear me, please?
Yes, I can. Can you hear me?
Yes, perfect. So please welcome Omar Moshin from United Nations, and he is now going to talk about how the United Nations are actually approaching the concept of open source. So please, Omar, the floor is yours, and yeah, let's enjoy the talk. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Yuri, and Your Excellency, Mr. Ivan Bartoš, Deputy Prime Minister for Digitization, dear guest. First, I want to start by saying happy birthday to the Czech OSPO, and that's very, very exciting news, and we're very happy to work with you and see how the baby born today is going to grow to become a very strong and useful adult for the whole ecosystem. So first, allow me to introduce myself. My name is Omar Mohsin. I head the open source team here at the United Nations Office of ICT, where we have among our other tasks is to help adopt or speed up the adoption of open source within the UN. So I'm here to talk to you about our open source journey, how we started, where we are today, but more importantly, I want to talk to you that we're not alone, that there are a lot of resources and there are a lot of ways of us working together. And here I want to talk about a couple of initiatives that we have started. So this being said, just want to first explain why open source is important for us. So here it's just the word cloud. If you Google the word open source, these are the words that come up the most. And here I really, really want to focus on something like really fundamental that comes up here. It's culture. Culture is really at the heart of it. It's just changing the way of mind, changing the way we've been designing and thinking about technology since the start. And here really it's not in our DNA as public administration. It's not in our DNA as UN, and it's not in the DNA of any government to start by saying, by design, everything I produce is open, and I will only close if there is no other, if it's really necessary. So the culture was really here one of the most important things I want to focus on. And here it's why again open source, and why we thought it was important for us as UN. It's the first one is really collaboration. There is just to give an example from the UN perspective, like we have our IT shop we have around 2,000 staff at the UN working in the technology field. But again, we are the United Nations. We have that brand that brings trust, that people know that we work on global problems and problems that probably will affect them and affect all of us. Well, there's no reason that we cannot make it 200,000. These 2,000 staff could become tomorrow 20,000, 200,000, maybe 2 million staff, if we find a way of incentivizing people around the world to be able to work with us. And also, so this is where collaboration is important. For us to be able to collaborate with this army of open source people around the world, open source is the language, is the key. It's the only means that can allow for a group of people who have never met each other, who are in different parts of the planet, collaborate towards one same goal, which is building tools for sustainable development goals for people. We can never achieve that without open source. The other thing really for us important here is really about innovation. Like once we are, I'm not saying all open source tools are innovative, but when we want to get the latest trend, the latest technology, the latest cutting edge thing, we will easily find it in the open source world, and it usually takes years after to come to the commercial world. Another thing for us is really this, I want to also mention it, is the culture. I spoke about the DNA. It's not in the DNA of any governmental organizations to open. So here for us, it was really this idea of like by default, by design, anything we produce is open for the outside world. So I spoke about collaboration because we want people to help us, but also we have built throughout the year tons and tons of software that could be useful for others. So why can't we open the tools that we have building? So these are basically some of the trends that that pushes us towards the open source. This is how we started looking at it and why we thought it was important. So here these are when we created our UN open source strategy, these are the two main goals. First is we want to open the code of what already exists. We have been building hundreds upon hundreds of solutions throughout the years. I'm not saying all of it is great and is useful for the world, but some of it is. So here is, let's go through the tools that we built for ourselves, for UN, or for specific client or specific member state, and see how we can open these and make them available for a much bigger audience, much bigger number of stakeholders. The second thing, our second strategic goal by creating the OSPO is the co-creation. So here, as I mentioned, we can raise an army of online developers, my boss used to like to call them the digital blue helmet. As you know, the UN, we have the blue helmet, who are physical, where army that deploy to keep the peace. So we can have a similar army that is all virtual, that could be able to work with us as UN, or we could channel and provide as working on Sustainable Development Goals project that are not just for the UN. So here are our two objectives that we started with. I just want to also mention something important, that we're trying not to look at open source from a commercial point of view. We're not going open source versus closed source because we want to save on license or we want to save money. I think if we say that, we will be raising expectation, and we wanted our leadership to know that open source actually would also require investment. It's not the magic bullet that you put and then you save millions of dollars overnight. So it would require investment. So we try to look at it from the innovation, from the culture, from the collaboration point of view. So first thing we did is to define the roles and function of our OSPO. So here is about establishing an open source strategy and so on, about communicating the strategy internally to enter the outside, reporting regularly on the execution of this, on fostering the culture. I spoke a lot about it, and then, let me go back. Setting a number of policies. We'll get to that and so on. So here's our open source strategy. So our open source team was established in 2020, and then strategy was established last year on 23, and it's really based on those three pillars. First pillar is policy, second is internal culture, and third is technology. So here, policy, what does it mean? Is that it's a foundational brick. If you think of it as a Lego house, this is the foundations, and without it, we cannot be doing anything else. So here is basically, we're looking at what's the legal, putting all the legal frameworks in place. We're looking here at licenses, which open source license should not be used. What should we open source? What should never be open source? If we open source, where do we open source it? Does it require security checks? How should measure the compliance? So all these, I would say, foundational. It's without that you can do open source. So this is very kind of painful. It's not easy to be asking those questions, and a lot of people have to agree, because this is why policies are important. But without that, we can do anything. Again, as I mentioned, there's a coding policy. We have to code a certain way when we know our code is going to the outside. We have to document a certain way. So all these rules of the game is that pillar one. Pillar two is really about culture. Is how can we change the culture of the UN? So here we're trying to do a lot of initiative to raise awareness. We tell people what is open source, what is not. We tell them success stories of open source, but we also tell them failures. We tell them problems. We are very transparent about open source, and we try to, as much as possible, get them to know that it's not the magic bullet. So we have a big UN audience, or big UN community. So if you now take, I'm just gonna throw in numbers, 100 project manager in the UN in the technology field, probably 10 will have very strong opinion for open source. Probably 10% will have very strong opinion against, and there will be a very solid majority who is neither for nor against. So here, our job is to, like, if we at least manage to get 25 or 30% of these who are neutral towards loving open source, is already a huge win for us. Here we also do a lot of trainings on what's the right way to open source and so on. We try to do a lot of capacity building, and we have a lot of communication. We did something really successful and a lot of people liked. We created a community of practice of all the UN people who love open source. So we get together, we have a virtual space where we connect regularly, but then once a month, one of us come and present their tools. So we try to build that we call the open source heroes, who would be our ambassadors within their different teams and so on. And the third pillar of our strategy is about technology. Here, really, we need to build tools. We need to make it very easy for people to, needs to be 2 clicks, 3 clicks, and then our tool should be, or repository should be open to the outside. Here, we're also following the lead of the European Commission and some other organizations in building our own repository. The repository platform, it's a very important also piece of the puzzle that allow us to have a lot of freedom and have a lot of scalability for our project. So this is our internal strategy. And here I want to talk to you about the why collaboration is important. And here really it's, when we do open source, we're not an island. We really are connected. And I love there's this incredible culture around the open source planet. And by default, that's the name, open, where people are very, very open to sharing. And here, just want to give an example of what we figured out us internally as United Nations, is that we started talking to other colleagues from the UN agencies. So these are UNICEF, UNDP, IAEA, the Civil Aviation Organization, there are 55 UN agencies, ITU, and so on. And what we realized that they're all having a different level of maturity in their open source process. Some are a lot advanced, some are starting, and some are like us, somewhere in between. So what we try to do now is to bring them together. We try to coordinate. And here's 5 projects that we decided to coordinate, all of us together, that we started as a group. Why? Because we realized that each of us is starting one of these 5 on its own. And we all struggling with the same problems, and we're all rebuilding and making the same wheel again and again. And this is where we said, and this is really very new, is this, let's do this together. Let's bring our brain power and muscle power together and manage to try, let's have these things done for everyone. So the first one, and I think you heard it also from Heis, is the software catalog. So here we really need to build this catalog to understand where are our software, what we are using, not only the software that we are using or consuming, but also the software that we are producing. So here we're trying to put everything together and then try to build rules and best practices and so on around these tools. The second important thing, as you remember from my PowerPoint, we had our first pillar was from my open source strategy for the UN. The first pillar was policy. So here we realize again, everybody's struggling with the same question. So we decided to build one common policy framework. And again, what do we open source? Where do we open source it? When do we open source? How is it reviewed? Which license we use? How the code? How do we code it? How do we document it? All these rules of the game will be done now for the entire UN system. The third important point that we struggled a lot with is the license. So some standardized on some licenses, some didn't. Some agencies were looking at building their own open source license. So here we decided to all stop what we're doing. And then we created a group that's looking at which license we as United Nations, with our very interesting requirement, we're different because of immunities and privileges and so on, which license should we all be using? And if none of the existing one meet our requirements, we should start engaging with OSI, the open source initiative, and probably designing or drafting our own UN license. But first, let's do a homework and looking at what exists, and then make sure that it meets our need. The fourth one that we're doing again together as a group, if you see that here, the emphasis really is on UN system. This is not UN Secretariat, it's really everybody. It's to build a code hosting platform. I think European Commission had built their own, and other entities are all having their independent ones. So here also we want to not have a code hosting platform from UN Secretariat, but something that is really open for everyone else to use. And last one is cross-organization capacity building initiative. We each, if you remember from my slide, let me go back here, we had the internal culture where we said we're going to build trainings, and we have capacity building initiative. We have something called Mind the OS Gap. We have the community of practice and so on. So here we're trying to do that at global level. So here was interesting, and I just also want to explain and go back why collaboration is important and why we have to do things with others, is that each of these 5 tracks, we asked one UN entity to lead on them. So for the first one, the software catalog, we have our colleague from UNFPA, the UN Population Fund, who are in the lead. The second recommendation, which is the policy framework, here we have our colleague from ITU, the International Telecom Union, leading on that. The third one is a very complicated one. So here we have 2 UN entities in the lead. We have IAEA, the International Atomic Energy Agency, and the WHO, World Health Organizations. The fourth one, the code hosting platform, here we have our colleague from UNICC, or International Computing Center. And the fifth one we are leading as UN Office of ICT. So this is what we have identified. These are the 5 tracks that are happening now in parallel. We're moving, some are moving really fast. And then hopefully by the next, I would say by the end of the year, we have some tangible outcomes in each of these. And again, we're happy to share these with you and work with the Czech OSPO, and then share with you some of these lessons learned and outcomes and so on. We are very, very open about that. And so we're very happy to open up everything and then work together with you. The same when others opened up everything. And here really want to thank HICE and the European Commission, who has been very, very, very good at sharing a lot of things with us. Here now I want to talk about something else. I know we started a bit late, so I'm going to try to make it fast. Maybe I try to keep my presentation to 11:30. Here I want to talk about a conference that we did last year. It's called OSPOs for Good. And it took place in June 2023. And we're very glad to have Lucy and Yuri with us at the UN headquarters in New York. So this conference, what we realized is that there are a big number of OSPOs currently being created around the world. A lot of them are nascent. Some of them are already in a mature or adult phase, but the big majority of OSPOs around the world are in early stages. So what we thought would be really important here is to connect these different OSPOs. What is clear is that the OSPO that we are here witnessing the birth today, the Czech OSPO, I can guarantee you that you will have the same problem than the OSPO of any African country or any Asian country or any Latin American countries. The OSPO of, I'm just saying whatever, Uruguay will have the same problem as the OSPO of Morocco will have the same problem as the OSPO of Czechia. Because ultimately, we are doing the same 3 things of building the policies, the culture, and the tools. And instead of each of us doing it on our own, that here we thought there's really a lot of learning and a lot of sharing that could take place. And as you can see from the previous slides, we learned that ourselves, that we, by putting resources among the different UN agencies, we got a lot faster, a lot further. And here our Assistant Secretary General like to give there's an African saying that says, if you want to go fast, go alone. But if you want to go far, we should go together. So here we need to go far and fast. So this is why we are organizing together with the UN Office of the Secretary General Envoy on Technology, OSPO++ and OFE. We're organizing this conference that's now going to take place every year. The second thing that why this conference for us is really important. So the first one, as I said, is to connect the different OSPOs, because ultimately we're doing the same thing. The second thing is really to help to do some capacity building. Some of these government or member state are just thinking of building their OSPOs. So how can we help them? How can we support them? Some have OSPOs that are nascent. How can we help mature and hold their hands until they get to something a bit more streamlined? So here's the capacity building aspect is really important. I started by saying doing open source is not easy because it's not in our DNA. It's very technical, it's very complicated. You cannot overnight come and say, government of Czechia is 100% relying on open source. It's going to take time and it's really complicated. So here's where we really believe that there's some capacity building effort that needs to take place. So this is our conference, and the other thing was really important about the conference. It's going to take place next year this year in July 9 to 10 in New York. Please reach out if you want to learn more, if you want to understand what would be the topics and what it takes to be invited. We sent a big number of invitations to a very global audience, because we want to have as many people as possible attend and hear different perspectives. Another thing also important about the conference is we didn't want it to be organized by the UN. It's really, we wanted to be in the spirit of open source. As I said, open source community is really very open, and we reached out to them. We said, dear big players in the open source sphere, help us do that. So we created 3 committees to help organize the conference, one on program, one on participation, and one on promotion and communication. And each of these had within them a number between 5 to 10 open source representatives. And they helped us design the program, the list of speakers, the list of people to be invited, the promotion. So everything really was designed by the open source community. And this is a very, very novel way for us as UN to organize this kind of event where we don't do it alone or with government. We did it with everyone. You can find, if you go online, you could find the program for the conference, the OSPO for Good conference. You'll see here, I just put a snippet from the program. There are going to be a number of panel discussion, and we're planning to really have very, very high level representative CEO, government ministries, academia to be there in the room. And we left in purpose that every panel would have 45-minute interactive sessions. We don't want to we want to really hear from everybody there in the room. So please reach out if you want to hear more about the conference, or if you want to join it. We're very happy to have you there. This is my last slide. I just wanted to once again wish a happy birthday to the Czech OSPO. A huge thanks, huge congratulations for you. I know it's not trivial, it's not easy. A lot of work went into this. I know years of work of Yuri, Lucy, and the whole team into making it happen. Thanks again for having me, and I am happy to take any questions that if you have.
Thank you very much. Omar, please give him. Thank you very much. And we have a possibility to one question. Anyone in the audience? Jaroslav?
Okay, so one question. You mentioned you are considering to create an UN open source license. Does it mean there are no open source licenses that fits your use cases, or what is the real reason for this? Because I'm just, proliferation of licenses is bad. We are trying, to have, less licenses than more licenses. So I'm just, a little bit concerned about this.
Have you heard the question, Omar?
I understand it's about our concern. Why are we're looking very carefully at the license and what our problems do we have with the existing ones, right?
Yes.
Yeah, thank you very much for this. I think the question of license is really key, and it's very technical. So there are just a couple of, just to give a bit of background, that as a UN, we have very specific terms with regard to privileges and immunities. Like as a UN organizations, for instance, they have immunities that protect us from legally being pursued in any government, by any member state. So there are specific ways of, if there's litigation against the UN. Sorry, I'm not a lawyer, but I understand because of these immunities and privileges and the fact that we cannot be sued anywhere, that brings in specific requirements that the current licenses do not meet. So this is why, in terms of liability, in terms of warranty, in terms of also ownership or copyright or intellectual property, the current ones, we're not saying they're not, but we're looking very deeply into finding something that really would work for us. And here also our model was the European Commission, and we had very advanced discussion with, and huge thanks for them. And then by creating EUPL, the European Union license, because at some point they were facing similar requirement. So we are now in advanced discussion with OSI, and this is why we created, if you look at the 5 streams, we created the stream. So now there's IAEA, WHO, who are looking thoroughly into, first, this out of the 80+ licenses that exist, which one meet our requirement? And then if we find that none of the existing ones, we had a discussion with the OSI, and OSI kind of understood our needs, and they're saying they're trying to limit the number of licenses being created. There's already a lot. So they're saying that every time someone comes to them and says that they are special, but they said, what you understand, you are actually a bit special, but still doesn't mean that they are okay, that we're just starting now the discussion with them.
Okay, thank you very much. So basically the public sector cooperation within open source sometimes is very special. That's basically the OSPOS 4, that we can have the discussion, how this could evolve, and definitely the learning from the already existing models within, for example, business sector. It's important. So thank you very much once again. Omar, please, once again, applause for Omar. And thank you very much. Please stay with us online via the stream, and now we are moving with the program. Thank you very much.
Thanks for having me, and happy birthday, Czech OSPO.
Thank you very much. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Okay, so just a moment. I will just change the presentation. Yeah. Okay, so this was Omar, and with the approach, a kind of structural approach in the United Nations, because they have a lot of agencies. We have seen Axel talking about how the different states are approaching the concept of OSPO, and the European Commission is somehow in the middle, structural, but they are trying to connect also the network with within the Europe. So now, basically, what's happening in the Czech Republic, and we are now on the Czech Open Source Policy Forum, so you should get the information how we are going to approach the issue here in the Czech Republic. And we are going to talk about it in a minute, with Lucy. But first, we have kind of surprise, surprise part of this presentation. We would like to invite Jaroslav here from OpenAlt, that he is going to talk about a little bit history of the Czech open source. So basically, that we have the history lesson from, I would say, 90s. So Jaroslav, floor is yours.
Okay, yeah. Hi, everyone. How are you? So when I was, asked, like, hey, Jaroslav, can you have like this, brief, history of open source in Czech Republic? I may, look old, but I'm not, that old. And so the first thing was, what I did was, I tried to outsource this, question to all, my friends in open source communities, like, hey, what are your, histories? What you remember? Because, I don't remember that much, with my bad memory. So this first thing is going to be unspoken history of open, free, and software movement in Czechia. It's by me. You can see this is, like screenshot. It's actually from eLinks. eLinks, a browser, like from like many years ago. You have Edge. Internet was slow, no JavaScript, websites were not bloated as they are now, and it was a very nice browser. I use it a lot, and this is actually, like one of the, Czech projects. The original links is Czech project, open source project. The eLinks is Czech original project, so that's why I started with this one. And, the question is, how this thing, started? How, open source community started in Czech Republic, we have a pretty, big community these days. And the answer is simple. The answer is called Czech language. We are, very, small, country with, like, let's say, not, that, many people speaking our language and with, very, specific things about our language. So the first original Czech communities were all about localization. So that's how it started. We have very specific things. I know there are, a lot of Czechs here. Back in, 90s, we had several, encodings. So we were, even if you wanted, to write our, characters, like I'm Řezník, my name is with the, R with that thing on top of it, the roof. It was impossible until, Unicode came, because, we had so many encodings that there was a fight. We have very special letters like CH. It's not, two letters, it's one letter. It's actually, sorted differently. It's not after B, it's after H. So all these, things had to be, resolved. So yes, Czech language was the thing that started, what we are doing. So it's localization. One of, the very nice things about, Czech communities is like almost everything is translated. They are usually, the first who translates open source projects, and one of, the top, countries or languages that are translated in open source projects. Actually, I can see a few people who are, involved in translations of projects. Yeah, I'm talking about you. And so this is one thing. Also, you have books. For example, Linux documentation project. That was one of the first, translated books into Czech. It's 1,200 pages. It's a lot, to translate for a very, small, tiny market. Even though I was, the target audience of this book, I didn't have money to, buy that book. So, okay. So go ahead, update it. I can wait. Don't worry. So, yeah, Linux documentation project, but it was a big, challenge, especially, consider like how fast open source is moving. So you have an original book, then you translate it, it's already late, to outdate it. Then, the first organization here was, Czech Linux user group. They started with the translations. Then another, translation project was CS-Tech, Czilla later for, Mozilla products. So it's all, started with this. Then we had, many, Czech books. One of the, most popular books were from Ivan Bieber, the Mandrey books. Again, there is one guy who co-authored these, books. We have many, Czech, Linux websites, root, ABC Linux. Oh, okay. It sounds strange in English. Many conferences. Linux Expo was one of the, most popular in the past. We have InstallFest, Linux Days. I'm from OpenAlt. We started as Linux Alt. Before we were just, Linux in Brno guys, a group of people who likes Linux, who do whatever, we like to do with Linux. But then, realized, hey, we should, move somewhere, not only, stay with Linux. So we are now, OpenAlt, EuroOpen, DevConf, that's, organized by a few people here. So this is, the way how it all started and how it's, going on. Now, And we have to talk about communities. So I told you there are, like many, interesting projects that originated very often here in Brno or in Czech Republic. So what I only did is this is like a big word cloud of, many of these projects. So do you recognize or use any of these projects? Which one? Yeah, that's a hardware wallet. It's open source, open hardware. That's a very good, thing. Another one? Yeah, for example, this one, like the very small one. Do you know ALSA? It's not a shop. Yeah, it's actually the sound system in Linux that was written by Jaroslav Kysela. He's the original author. So basically, most of the sound coming from your Linux computers are going through ALSA. Let's check one. Tourists, I talked about links, e-links, Monkey Linux. Monkey Linux was one of the first, live distribution. That time, you didn't want, to partition your hardware because it was risky. You just, boot in your, DOS operating system and, switch to Linux. So that was very popular project, long time ago. I actually, forgot about this one. The same is Slacks. Slacks is the live CD distribution. At some point, it was very, popular. Live CDs are not, that popular anymore. And, many, other, like small or bigger projects. So this is all sourced by community. I ask, what do you remember? What you used? What were, nice projects? So, and now, we are going enterprise. That's a good thing, what's going on here in Czech Republic. Yeah, so like some animals, like chameleon and tyrannosaurus, fighting rhino. No, for real, it's SUSE and Red Hat. So two big, open source Linux companies are established here in Czech Republic. One is in Brno, established in 2004. That time it was USU. Another company, but now it's Red Hat. If you want to go to visit Red Hat, just get on the tram number 12, go towards Technological Park. You will see many buildings of Red Hat. SUSE is actually older in Czech Republic, and that's amazing thing because now we have thousands of people working on open source commercially, paid for working for open source. If you open any changelog of any popular open source project, you will find some Czech names there that are actually here in Brno or in Prague for SUSE. Okay, so and that's all. I would very like to say big thanks to all who contributed their memories, stories. You can go to my Mastodon profile, and there is this discussion from people. Hey, I remember when I did this thing in the past. So it's very nice, and I felt like old and nostalgic. It was great times, and I think thanks to Jiří and Lucia, the better times, even better times for open source in Czech Republic are coming. So thank you very much. And yes, we believe in open source.
Okay, so thank you very much, Jaroslav. I think that actually, yeah. Okay, mobile, good. This has to be said, how it was the history, because the developer community is very strong in the Czech Republic, and as was mentioned, Linux Days, Open Out, etc. These are the conferences that we kind of grow up, with. And now let's go to the presentation that was in the program, from Brno Open Source Declaration to the Czech National OSPO, and I leave the floor from the starting to Lucy, that is going to introduce the session. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for being here. I would like to talk a little bit about our journey, how we happen to be here, actually. So, basically, with my colleague Jiří, we will present you this whole history of Czech open source program office being created. And it all started basically in 2019 when we joined Open Cities. and we tried to create a bigger community and tried to evolve the project a little bit from just the technical side, but also to the policy side, and to engage a community a little bit more. So we started in 2019, and then we thought, so what's next? What we should do next? What's the big next step? And in 2021, we found out that there's a story from Open Forum Europe, this report about open source program offices. And it was the starting point which made us think about creating open source program office in the Czech Republic. So that's why we're here, basically. Thank you, OFE. And we thought that open cities actually kind of already work as the open source program office, but only for the cities. And we tried to make this project bigger and connect with other NGOs and with the public sphere, with universities and stuff. And so we thought that we would like to build an open source program office in Czech Republic as well. So in 2022, we created this event, Open Source Driving the European Digital Decade. A lot of organizers were already present who are helping us today. And this event, we brainstormed a lot about how it should happen, how it should look like. And we created this open source declaration. This open source declaration, you can find it at our website at otevřenaměsta.cz, and you can sign it as well. And this open source declaration is all about how we should create the open source program office and what it should look like and what are the steps. We tried, and we are still trying, the bottom-up approach. So it's a little bit different than in other states, because a lot of countries are creating open source program offices from the top approach, from the government, from the ministries as well. We are trying something different because Open Cities, we started just as a small NGO, but we connected with other organizations and with the communities, and now we are also working with the ministry and with National Digital Agency and with other important players. But it all started from the bottom, from the community. The open source declaration goals, we had several goals. One of it was to kickstart the process of creating the open source program office. That's done. That's why we are here. And to help create and activate the community around the open source in Czech Republic, because it used to be a lot more technical. Well, it's still very technical, but open source is not only about the technical side, it's also about the policy side, about legal side, about other aspects. And that's what we are trying to accommodate and what we are trying to focus on. So this is in progress, but it's evolving every minute now.
Okay, so, and because open source, it's not only about IT guys, as was said already, I'm a chemist, personally. So also the chemists were kind of welcomed in the open source community in the Czech Republic, and I'm really happy about it. So basically, Lucy presented the idea of the declaration and of the process, and now the question or the answer to what we were doing for the last 2 years or 1.5 years, why it took so long. So basically, in the Brno Open Source Declaration, we set some sort of action steps, what to do. So basically, to start the process of cooperation between the Czech and international open source communities. We can say that this is done, but it's in progress, and you have seen the presentation from European Commission, you have seen the presentation of different kind of OSPOs and from the United Nations. We got kind of traveling, we had to learn how to do it, what's the concept, because it was quite a new new thing, you know. Open cities were kind of OSPO, you know, but it was like, yeah, this definition we fits the definition, but what's next, basically. So this was, this we can say that we started, and we can say that on behalf of the Brno Open Source Declaration, kind of done, you know, checkbox. Then we are working with the European Commission network. They are creating the manifesto of these open source program offices on a national level. So we are trying to work with them. It's a special group because to discuss, for example, public sector problems when using open source, you have to create a safe space, you know. Sometimes it's a problem, you know, and for the public sector it's a problem sometimes to talk directly with the businesses, you know, even if they are open source and they don't want to do vendor lock-in, but from the culture and from the hierarchy that is embedded in the public sector, so basically the safe space has to be created. So this was created by the European Commission, OSPO, actually with the team of Gijs Hillenius that was presenting before, and yeah, this is still in the process. And what was mentioned on the slide before with Lucy, Lucy talked about the quadruple, can you go a little bit back? No, sorry. Yeah, the quadruple helix model. So that means that we are trying to do it here in the Czech Republic on community-based. For that reason, for example, in the afternoon, we are going to have the panels looking on the topic from the business sector, from public sector, academia, and also the individuals and NGOs. Okay, let's go back. So a lot of traveling, you know, to Brussels, Stockholm, New York, Vienna, and online. As you can see, we were present in the European Open Source Policy Summit in 2023. And for a small NGO that started the initiative, let's talk with another, I would say, entities that they are doing this kind of approach, was like, the keynote from the minister in Brussels with a room full of people from different countries in the Czech Republic, and they were saying, okay, we are starting things, and in Brno it's happening a lot of things, and there was the Brno Open Source Declaration. I can understand that this could feel like, yeah, it's just a paper, you know, but for the community, from the community point of view, it was a very strong moment for us. And another one, very strong one, sorry, go back, thank you, was about the United Nations, actually, that is taking the approach. They are trying to work with the agencies. Maybe it was not so clear from the presentation, but there are really 55 agencies. So basically that you can see this is a concept kind of that could be applied on the Czech ministries, you know, that you have to talk with different levels. It's all structured. You can't just go there and code something because you have to have a lot of legal agreements, etc. So this was another one. Then on the next slide, on the top left side, there was another special meeting during the Czech presidency when we did the event in 16th of September. So then in November 2022, there was so-called informal CIO meeting. So basically we were invited on behalf of the Czech government to talk in front of another, I would say, CTOs of the nations, you know, of the European Union, to talk about this initiative and how to approach the open source. And as was mentioned in the minister speech, so basically they were like, yeah, open source, yeah, it's the way forward, and we would like to work on that. And they were giving examples what they are doing in Austria, what they are doing in Spain, etc. So basically, this was a very again very special meeting, I would say. Not from that it had the direct community impact itself, but from the long-term perspective, it was important. Then we were invited, this is the online, the left bottom, we were invited to speak on behalf of the European Commission organized the event, and they basically invited not the CTOs, but the practitioners on open source in this country, so we were presenting how we are approaching this in the Czech Republic. Top right, we are meeting with the European Commission OSPO network, so there are guys from Germany, they are from Netherlands, from France, etc. And the right bottom picture is from Stockholm, when we were discussing if, for example, the City Libre, the open source programs from Paris City that they were developing for 20 years, more than 20 years, they were developing all the municipality basically background on open source, how this could be translated, for example, to the Czech Republic, or at least parts of that, and how this could basically, on one hand, of course, save money, but how this could be reused, you know, in another context. And this is again connected, if we take the legislation step, the Interoperability Europe Act that was basically approved 1 month ago or 14 days or something like that, very recently. So basically this is it, how to connect different countries and different municipalities together. Okay, next slide, please. Okay, but there were only 2 action steps. So in the declaration, when you look on the otevřená-města.cz/declaration, there are 4 more. So to further develop the Czech National Open Source Portal, code.gov.cz, already for several time, we are working with the digital, before it was the Ministry of Interior, now it's the Digital Information Agency on the national portal. So it's in progress, and we are trying to add new projects in that, and we are going to issue a call for action that other public administration are basically putting the code to this national portal to be at least visible and hopefully in the future reused. Then to establish the functional collaboration, done. We have the kind of memorandum with Digital Information Agency, and yeah, and we are going to work more on this topic with the state. To monitor and promote activities, we are doing it now. Thank you very much once again, Jaroslav, for the history of that, and I hope that this afternoon panel discussion is going to be also the going in this direction. And to establish first virtual and later physical OSPO. So the Czech National OSPO will be firstly virtual, and then we would like to have an open kind of office, you know, that it has the physical space also in Brno, in the Czech Republic. So this is in progress, and we are basically launching it today. Okay, next slide, and back to Lucy, right?
In the meantime, there was another big activity we were involved in, because we are thinking that this all huge project and all the office and all the meetings we are planning, we need also some financing, and we need to cooperate with someone else, someone who is involved in similar activities. So in the meantime, we are preparing the Interact project with our colleagues from Vienna, with Vienna Business Agency, Technical University, and with our innovation office in Brno. And we were applying for this project to be able to work on the open source program office, to finance it, to finance some, you know, the events and conferences like today. And we got great news. We just received a few days ago, 2 weeks ago, the information that we got awarded this project. So we have this 3-year project with Vienna, and this is a project about building open innovation hubs in Brno and in Vienna. So in Brno we are planning to establish OSPO hub, and in Vienna there will be another hub focused mostly on fireware. So in the first stage, the open cities will be acting as a secretariat for this open source program office within this project, and we are planning to establish at first virtual and later physical office in Brno, focused on open source. Also, since we kind of are able to focus on this more, we are planning a lot of more events and conferences and networking events and sharing code and sharing practices within this project. And also some translation hackathons like we did with City of Paris. So we will be much more building this cooperation with Vienna, focusing on interoperable principles and on this cooperation between these open source hubs. Also, we are planning to strengthen our cooperation and our partnership with national digital leaders, like the Digital Information Agency, like Ministry of Interior, like also other players like NGOs and universities, as we said in the open source declaration. So last thing we would like to say, there's conference in Vienna made by our partners in June this year, so you can check also the Open Link Day.
Yeah, so basically the good message here is, yeah, we got funded for the phase to develop, Czech National Open Source Program Office. So this is an important news, and also the partners from Vienna are sitting today with us in the room. So please talk with them, let's have the discussion, and we are really happy about that. Again, for the community, from the community and long-term perspective, it's great, it's a big thing, and I think that the next events that are coming are going to show it. Okay, so but today it's we are here on to kickstart it, to start it with the program as we already talked about it. So on the next slide, launching, and that's the question, what now, So we are here, we discussed it, and that's it. So basically, what the plans for the Czech National OSPO for the second half of the year. So definitely, we have to work on the web, we have to somehow describe it online, what is it, it's under construction, we already have some of these texts written, but it will be available by September 2024. As Lucy was mentioning, for the first time, and we are not, we would like to build it as a network, of the communities from these different sectors of quadruple helix model, but because we took the initiative, etc., so we didn't want to put us as a leader, of that, but we wanted to put us as a kind of serving secretariat for that, and to enable the cooperation between different stakeholders, and also have I would say contact point for another OSPOs from another countries to talk, and then we can share it with the community and talk. Second, third thing, events. We would like to do 2 events regarding the legislation, because the legislation landscape now in Europe, it's very, I would say, diverse. There is the Cyber Resilience Act that we are going to discuss also in the afternoon, and more legislation on the handling data, etc. are coming, So we think that this kind of topic is important from the policy context, and we should be discussing it also on the national level. Not the European goals, I would say, but how we are approaching it as a Czech Republic, and we can I would say cluster the community, that the voice can be heard, that we have a different opinion, for example, than someone else. Then we are going to issue the call for action, because we have the public portal, national public portal on open source, but without the code in it, it's just a catalog, with no actionable things. So we would like to call an action for the public sector bodies, to upload these softwares if they have it, and we are working with Open Cities still since 2016, but we definitely don't know every code that is up there, from the public sector. And for example, Tomáš is sitting right here, so he helped us a lot, for example, with the topic of payment portal, and how to share it and reuse it with different regions. So basically, this is the call for action. Again, it could look like a small thing, but from the public sector perspective, it's a big thing, because you are connecting the dots. Then organization, because of the grant, actually, and because we are already collaborating, in the Central European region, so we would like to establish not a conference on Czech policy forum, this is very good that we can discuss the topics, but we would like to be kind of a hub, the Brno could be a hub between Central European policy context. So we already are in talks with some colleagues from Poland, we are with talks with, from Austria. In the CIO meeting, we talked with the guys from Slovakia, so this is kind of the event. And what we were also discussing with the guys from OpenAlt, that's the conference based here in Brno, that they always wanted to bring some sort of policy perspective to the conference. And so basically we kind of I would say, got inspired in FOSDEM. That's happening in the start of February each year. And just before that, there is the European Policy Forum. So basically, we are trying to bring it also to the Central European context. So, and now for you, call to action for the community. So please, who didn't sign the declaration, please sign it. That's good. That we are going to have a list as many as we are. So it will be more and more powerful, the message. And we will have an online meeting in the end of June, on save the date, 25 of June at 5 p.m. We are going to send all of you to the signatories of the Brno Open Source Declaration and also to the registered participants of this conference. We are going to send you then invite, and we are going to talk, what is basically needed in the community, So this is do a small step before holidays, before summer holidays, and then continue with the web page and these activities in the autumn. Yeah, do you have anything to add to that?
Yeah, I just want to invite you all to sign the declaration and also join us at the event in June, because this is a really community-built project, community-built activity. So please join us and bring your ideas and what should be involved in the OSPO project. So yeah, we will send you the information, and yeah, so this is Czech OSPO launching.
Yeah. And what is it? Actually, it's a platform for discussion. If you take the basically, and it's hard sometimes to put together, businesses, NGOs, academia, and policy area. So basically, by that, we are saying, let's talk together. And the first phase, we got awarded this project, and we have also the partners from neighboring countries or neighboring city, because Brno is always a name as a small Vienna, so we are basically working in one city. Okay, so, and the next one, yeah, that's it, basically what Lucy said. Czech National OSPO is here, stay tuned, please, let's have a vivid discussion in the afternoon during the panels, and please discuss, we can discuss it during the lunch, and with that we would like to invite you for the lunch. So thank you very much for the attention. And we are going to continue at 1 o'clock, right? Thank you very much. Okay, so please enjoy the lunch, and let's talk about it. Thank you. Okay, so hello everyone. Just a few minutes before the start of the panel. So last people are coming back from the lunch. Perfect. Super. So, hello everyone, welcome back for the afternoon panel discussions, and we are going to talk about the Cyber Resilience Act is here and what now, so basically about cybersecurity. As was mentioned in the beginning and during the morning, we are going to have the different point of view of the speakers, but I'm just introducing the panel, and I would like to also welcome on stage Simona Vyšadová from the National Cybersecurity Agency, that is going to be the proper moderator of this panel. So please, Simona, floor is yours with the colleagues. Thank you for joining us, and I'm passing the microphone and stepping out of the stage. Thank you.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. It's my pleasure to welcome you and welcome here our today panelists. We will be discussing the CRA, who is now in its final stages, and we would like to discuss how the CRA will, how it will fit with the open source community. So I would like to introduce you to Pavel Lotocký. He works as a researcher and head of the department at the Faculty of Informatics of Masaryk University. He is a research fellow at the Institute of Law and Technology, and his main areas of the expertise are cybersecurity, electronic documents and electronic identifications, online dispute resolution, cybercrime, online consumer protection and online platforms. The next we have Mr. Jaroslav Řezník. He is a principal program management at Red Hat, and he works with government certification under the product security compliance and risk team. He has 15 years of experiences, and his passions are common criteria and FIPS. Next, we have Mrs. Alena Turoňová. She works with me at the NUKIP, and she's head of the Multilateral Cooperation Unit. She has a legal background and several years of experience from the private sector, and she focuses on the cyber agenda of the European Union and the EU law. And our last panelist is Ms. Zuzana Kajla-Pechová. She's a cybersecurity expert with 20 years of experience in many areas of IT and telecommunications. She has worked her way through the radio communications at CTU and Czech mobile operators, and she has several IT and consulting companies experiences. And last year, she, with her friends, founded Cyber Ladies, a non-profit that focuses on building a community of women and other underrepresented groups in the Czech cybersecurity environment. So, my great pleasure to welcome you here, and I think we will start with Alena, and she will introduce her point of view on the CRA, because she was a part of the legal process, and she can tell us more about how the Cyber Resilience Act is right now.
Merci. Does it work? Yeah. Good. Well, this was a good introduction. Thank you very much. Good afternoon to everyone. It's a pleasure to be here. Thank very much to the organization, to the organizers for having me here. It's super nice to have the possibility to talk about the impacts of CRA to this specific community of open source software. As was said, my name is Alena Turoňová. I work at the Department of International Relations and the EU of the National Cyber and Information Security Agency. So my point of view is really the regulatory, let's say. I should also start this introduction with a brief disclaimer, as you might guess already, that I'm a lawyer. I'm not a technical person, I don't have a technical background, so really my focus is on the law, legal aspects, and for us mostly the security concerns that we have in respect of this broad range of products that should be now regulated by this regulation. As regards the Cyber Resilience Act, just really to introduce it, it's important to see that it's not something that would just come out of the blue from the Brussels, let's say, from the European Union. It's a reaction to, let's say, quite important issue that we had with the spread of IoT and smart home devices and so on, where it was just not possible to have in our market the products that might be possibly risky from the cybersecurity perspective and that would not be regulated in any sense. Already the 2020 EU cybersecurity strategy focuses quite a lot on Internet of Things, and it's in this document where the Commission also mentioned for the first time that they are considering having some horizontal rules that would improve the cybersecurity of all connected products and associated services that will be placed on the internal market. It took them quite some time to come up with something good for us, and we received the first draft proposal in autumn 2022. It was quite a specific or unique moment for us as the Czech Republic. Maybe you can guess already, but autumn 2022 was the period where the Czech Republic held the presidency of the Council of the European Union. So this draft proposal was really something that we had to focus quite a lot and that had our full attention and still has it until these days. It also needs to be said that Czech presidency, it doesn't mean that we can do anything with the document, that we could solve all our Czech problems just right away, as we are in the lead of the council. It doesn't really work that way. So we had to do our best in finding a compromise between 27 member states. But still, I dare to say that we helped with the development and with, let's say, moving the proposal the right direction. Adoption of the CRA was quite a long process, starting in 2022, and as was already mentioned, it's not completely finished yet. At the same time, by the end of the last year, the co-legislators came up to agreement, let's say, on what should be the content of this regulation. So that's a really promising start for now. And this document, or the current wording, was also published, I think, in March 2024. So it's publicly available, and if you haven't so far, you can have it as a very nice weekend or evening reading of, I think, 180 pages or something like that. We still have some time before it will be finally adopted and published in an official journal of the European Union, and then it will come into force, or formally. Then there's a period of 3 years for applicability of this regulation. So to conclude this excursion, we suppose that in 2027 probably the whole regulation could be applicable as it is. Just to make sure that we all know what the CRA is really about, I would just really run through the number of provisions that are there. So first of all, of course, it sets out cybersecurity requirements for products with digital elements that are made on the EU market, and this is for its whole life cycle of this product, of course. I will not go into details what is really this product, but it's a super wide, let's say, range of products from software and also hardware that will be covered for the first time. And the regulation aims on setting some mostly cybersecurity requirements that the manufacturers of these products and other economic operators, such as distributors or importers and so on, will have to comply with. So really, the manufacturers need to make an assessment of what are the cybersecurity risks, what are the known vulnerabilities, make sure that the product will be distributed or made available on the market, as we say, without these vulnerabilities. And at the same time, if some vulnerability is found later, they need to make sure that they will deal with it, they will report it, they will patch it, and also inform the customers that something is going on. To this obligation, there is a quite important stress on actually on the amount of information that a customer should have, because one of the aims of the regulation is also to make sure that the customers know what products they are using, whether it's safe or not, what are the risks connected to it. So again, it leads to the requirement for the manufacturers especially to draw up quite a detailed technical documentation to affix CE marking, make sure that the conformity of the product with the requirements of this regulation was assessed and so on. And of course, a huge part of the regulation focuses on conformity assessment, on what bodies will do that and how, and of course on the surveillance of the market and enforcement of the rules that were drafted. It's important to say that it's a regulation, so it's a directly binding thing that will not need any specific transposition into the legal orders in the EU member states. So it's something that we should have a look at least. And between all the products that will be in the scope, we should also think about one specific, which is the free and open source software, and this is also why we are here today. There was a huge discussion with the CRA whether and how the open source software should be included into the scope. After all, I hope it's not a spoiler, but it is in the scope, but not in its entirety, but only in specific parts, let's say. The regulation tries to work with it somehow, more or less efficiently, we'll see. And now it's actually the time in the 3 years that are ahead of us really to focus on implementation, on the best practices that could be here, and how to make the whole environment work, actually. And I really hope that this is one of the possible outcomes of this meeting to really start this discussion and maybe come up with some interesting solutions. So for now, I will stop here. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Elena, for your introduction. And I will pass the mic to Pavel, and he will continue what the CRA means and some legal aspects of it. So you have your presentation. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. I will try to somehow figure out the loudness of my voice. Hopefully, right now it's quite clear, not too loud. I will continue with the discussion, partly what CRA is, I somehow figured out that when we are talking about the open source, that I would like to show you how actually the open source is mentioned in Cyber Resilience Act itself. So I will use the help of few slides, but don't be worried, it won't be long discussion or a long stop at the presentation. I also wanted to pinpoint that, that there are some definitions what kind of products are covered by CRA, no matter if they are or if they use open source software or not. Generally, it's products with digital elements having three categories where the producers putting these products on the market have to fulfill some basic conditions, and then there are so-called important products and critical products which then have to fulfill further conditions on assessment, on risk analysis, and so on and so forth. This is something which is also combined with the legislation already known on the market, covering different types of producers. For example, NIS2 directive, of course, covering more important subjects. Then there is a bunch of other legislation on cybersecurity. I think we will tackle it in our discussions. I don't want to spoil everything in the beginning. But the point is that there are more duties or on more, let's say, important products on the market. The second category, for example, is the important products are, for example, browsers, identity management, operation systems, virtual assistants, and so on and so forth. It is mentioned in the annexes of the regulation or the proposal of the regulation. And then there are critical products which are to have the most duties to be provided by the producers, and it is, for example, producers of smart cards or smart meters and things as such. Also in the second and third category, and again I think we will tackle that a lot, the CRA suggests to use the certification schemes. In this moment, I have to say that CRA introduces a new level or new branch of certification that is already introduced by Cyber Security Act. So this could be a bit tricky or confusing and can lead to the confusion on the market. Again, I believe that this will be part of at least some discussion. But for me now to come back to what I promised is to show you how open source, and as we are going to mainly discuss today open source, how it is covered or was covered in the original version of CRA. It was covered only by the mentioning in Recital 10, which is not directly legally binding but somehow explanatory. Still, we have or had something to catch on. In here, it was basically mentioned that the open source producers and so on, developers and so on, won't be covered by the duties of CRA while they are developing open source non-commercially. And nobody knew what this means, and it was huge discussions and a huge push on changing the structure of the original regulation, which was really introduced in the new proposal, already mentioned in the discussion. It's from 12 March, so it's rather young, and it is the reformulation of what open source and what non-commercial open source means, and then a lot of hints, bits and pieces in recitals mentioned who is a producer of open source not falling under the commercial activity. Basically, only the software and producer of the software who is then selling the product is liable for the duties or have to follow the duties under CRA, not the developer who is doing it non-commercially. Non-commercial also means that it is paid by non-profit organization, for example, and so on. But again, we can go through this or we can discuss the specifics later on. This is basically me. I just wanted to make this specific introduction, basically, and it is not the crystal line here, but for non-commercial use and the developers of the product, the CRA can be ignored, or can it? That's the question. To some certain extent, I believe we will be discussing further on. That's me, and thank you. Passing the word to other speakers.
Thank you, Pavel. And I would like to invite Zuzana, if she can take the mic and tell us more about her point of view on the CRA. Thank you.
So, hello. Yeah, it works. So, hello, my name is Zuzana. I'm working in IT and cybersecurity for a really long time. I've done basically everything from, I don't know, basic monitoring of stuff to actual development. And now I'm working in cybersecurity, doing mostly engineering or security operating centers, stuff like this. And in my free time, I have a small non-profit with friends, and we are trying to put together a community of women in Czech Republic to at least know about each other and to talk about the struggles we have in cybersecurity. And we have really interesting people in the community right now, so we are discussing a lot of topics. And I'm here to actually represent some of these topics, and because we are really into open source, we like to use the principles of open source in our work, in our life, because we think that software should be free to use and not behind paywalls, because that's just a kind of wall to learn to do something. So I'm representing here some views from the, let's say, small developers, hobbyists, but also consumers and also cybersecurity practitioners. So let me say 3 points of view which I have currently on the CRA. So the first and the most simple point of view is actually from the perspective of the user. So basically, I love it because so many times I had to like replace a piece of equipment because it was no longer supported by the developer or by the company who sold it. And just because of a flaw which I was not willing to have in my network at home or something like this. And it would take really easy steps to actually solve it for the company who sold it to me, but they didn't. And I like the CRA to introduce means together with other regulations to actually make the vendors to do software updates. And so that's a very simple point of view. The other point of view is as a cybersecurity practitioner, because it's similar from the user's point of view, but slightly different, because in the companies I'm working for, I'm usually responsible for the equipment the company use, and the equipment needs to be secure. And basically today, without CRA, I have only one mean how to ensure that I will receive timely updates, I will have some cooperation with the vendor, I will have like things that I consider being normal in this environment. And that mean is to actually have a contract, and that contract has to be written in a way that it ensures we will receive the updates, we will receive everything. And that is not always even the possibility. Sometimes the vendor even charges us like really large sums of money for like really simple stuff. And with CRA, this should be somehow easier for me as a cybersecurity practitioner, because I can just say, hey, yeah, I know it's not in the contract, but what the hell, we have this regulation, do it, please. And so that's the second point of view. And the third point of view, which is from the point of view of like small hobbyist, a person who loves to contribute to open source projects, even though I am not a programmer myself. It's really shady and it's scary from some points of view from this perspective, because the original CRA, it was written in a way that through transitive property, it seemed like basically all open source developers whose software was integrated into some commercial product would be suddenly liable. And that was really scary. So during the last year, it was rewritten in a way that it explicitly says that what open source is, and states that open source developers will not be liable, will not fall under the CRA. But still, the regulation is here, and one day, if I program something and somebody will use it for commercial purpose, it may be like a sudden break, and I would need to somehow tackle the CRA indirectly, because the vendor who wants to use it for commercial purpose will come to me to fix something, for example, or to help with documentation or other things, and I will not have time for it. It's my hobby project. What should I do? And so there is also the Institute of Open Source Stewardess, and let's see how this will work. But there are still many points which I would like to tackle in this panel, because I like open source. I like what it provides to like usual people around me, because I don't need to pay Microsoft. I don't need to pay anyone to use software on my computer and still be productive. And that's what open source is about. It's about like receiving and contributing back. So I don't want CRA to somehow destroy this environment.
Okay, thank you, Susanna. And the last one, please, Jaroslav.
Okay, so yeah, hi everyone. Yeah, CRA. How would I start? Yeah, the first thing, I promise to be a good cop here. I will try to be, because you know what Susanna said. I actually see a lot of opportunities for open source projects here. It's the line between what's commercial, what is not commercial is very thin. I'm also a little bit concerned about this, and it will probably need clarification in the future. However, one thing, and we talked before, this panel discussion is like there is this opportunity, to get some more funding into open source projects. So if you remember, for example, OpenSSL a long time ago, it was really not the best code ever. We had a lot of vulnerabilities in OpenSSLs, like Heartbleeds. This one was really big one, and from the time OpenSSL changed the way how they work, they now have more funding. They do, as part of this foundation, they are able to actually pay people to work on OpenSSL and make it better, in a higher quality from especially like security perspective. So it's definitely a great thing, and I see an opportunity. So once as a vendor, definitely we are open source company. I can't claim we are not commercial, because Red Hat we earn $1 billion. So there is this opportunity that once someone takes open source code into their products, they will need to comply. And they do it commercially, they will need to comply with CRA, and CRA is definitely not the only one regulation there. So they will have to support the open source projects under the hood, because they will probably need to establish a way. Hey, there's a CVE. We will need to get this CVE fixed in your open source project. Now, without any how to say it, you as a commercial vendor can't come to this volunteer and say, hey, you have a CVE in your product, or not product, in your open source project, and we need you to fix it. This actually happens sometimes, and communities when actually pushing back. No, hey, we are just a hobby project. We will not fix the CVE for you, because it's only in your application, and we don't have resources, whatever. Now I see an opportunity that this could lead to more funding, like what for example OpenSSL is doing with foundation. You can get a support contract with OpenSSL to get CVE fixes for order releases that touches the lifecycle question. So I see opportunity to get more money into open source community through CRA. So this is a good thing about CRA. Then yes, I see some potential issues. It's not only for open source, but I would even say this is a big trouble for smaller startups, smaller companies. I was at a conference, the EU CyberX conference in Brussels back in March, and it was all about this, Cyber Security Act, Cyber Resilience Act, EUCC, and there was a lady from, I think it was Schneider Electric, a big international corporation, and she said, hey, we are a 50,000 big company, and I'm worried we will not be able, to comply with all regulations like CRA. And CRA is just one, small piece, just what's happening in Europe. It's a lot. Then you go to US, you have these, White House executive orders on supply chain. That's another topic. Basically, every continent, every country is, trying to come with, some other, cybersecurity regulations. And she said, we are a big company, and we will, survive it. But what about the smaller companies? What about innovation? Because, well, if you, over-regulate, then, innovation might disappear because everyone will be trying to, be compliant with, regulatory frameworks. And there will be no, time, no resources, that could be invested into development of new things. And that new things will be, more challenging because then you will have to comply with regulations. So we can be in this, circle we will not be able to get out of. So yes, there are definitely pros with CRA. I like this, patch management. I definitely don't want to have vulnerable devices, my home network, and we need to push somehow into, get more fixes there. Our lifecycle is definitely an important thing. So yes, I like it, opportunity to get more money into open source ecosystem, and this is a big opportunity. On the other hand, the line between what's commercial, what's not commercial is very thin. Earlier today, I, for example, talked about tourists. That's the open hardware router. That always, they always need, to get some, profit from the hardware. So it's actually the profitable thing. Do we want to kill, this, very nice piece of hardware that actually made security better for users? No, we don't want to. So yeah, there are many questions. We will talk more about it during the panel discussion, so I don't want to, spoil the discussion, but we'll see.
Okay, thank you all. And my first question the first half would aim to Pavel and Alena, and the second one to Jaroslav and Zuzana. So, what are the key components in the CRA, and how do they specifically relate to the open source ecosystem in the Czech Republic?
If I may start, I will just try to summarize the idea of CRA, as it is a regulation, so it targets European Union market. Of course, it targets also Czech Republic. In the text of the regulation itself, it is not that much of mentionings of open source software. There are some duties for the commercial ones which are usually falling in the first category, but of course it depends. As Jaroslav mentioned, tourists, definitely it's a firewall or a router, which will fall into the second category. But in these manners regarding the open source, it is probably helpful in the recitals, especially that there is mentioned what is and what is not commercial activity, as I was trying to show you on the presentation. There are some bits and pieces on that. Still, it is a recital, and actually when I was reading it, I was a bit surprised that usually it is a good thing that it's there, but usually European legislation doesn't look like that. These hints, suggestions, it could be, it should be something, and so on. These phrases, these are usually not the part of the legislation, which somehow indicates me that the legislators are not entirely sure about the areas they can affect, especially in the area of open source. This is my first remark. But the second one, then, if we go decently through the definitions and really focus on only the commercial aspects, for example, the core of a browser is using open source software and so on, then this is the commercial activity. But the developers themselves who develop the piece of open source, they won't fall under the regime. This is me trying to put the line. What I'm saying is that the developers should be, until they sell commercially and so on, they should be safe, and there are more voices after the second version that CRA shouldn't kill this environment. The question is if it even won't limit these like free time producers and so on of open source, if they won't be somehow communicating with the companies who are using open source and so on, which will take them time and which will somehow poison them in doing something else, because then there is too much of communication and whatever else, too much of time spent not only on the development. So this is my first point of worries, but I believe that the situation after the second version is definitely not crucial as it was in the first version. I was just trying quickly to present. So this is my kickoff, and I will gladly pass the word.
Thank you. Yeah, I need to agree actually what's been said about recitals, because it is probably not possible even to fight it, because when you read the document for the first time, it's quite obvious from the recitals that the legislature was struggling a little bit with how to regulate something that is very specific, I would say. It's what you read in between the lines just from the very first para. But to me, I don't see it actually as really a flaw, even though for a legal enthusiast it's not the best way how you should formulate legal documents, let's say. But it also shows that there was a lot of thinking about how to do it so that the document really helped the process, the products that should be covered, and that it did not really ruin what we have or exactly touched the small people who just try to contribute, you know, to the better world, but is definitely not something that we would want to. For me, it's important to say that the free and open source software is really covered only in, let's say, specific part of it, where we have it used in the framework of commercial activity, let's say, and that if possible, there is like trying to make someone else really reliable for the final product. It's most obvious with the manufacturer, who quite usually, as I understand, take a big part of open source software, then add something on its own, and then sell the whole package to the world. And in this moment, the CRA says that it's the manufacturer, the final person who is, you know, spreading it and selling it really for quite some money. This is the one person who should really comply with all the obligations set by this document. It should be a person who has the sources to do it, who is actually, this is their business, right? They need to do it. And it's up to them to make sure that the huge part of open source software that they used is compliant with this. And they should not do it in a way that they just ask the person who wrote down the code, like, hey, is it okay or not? No, they should really have a proper look at it and use the sources they have to do it. So for me, at least, it's a little bit reassuring that the perspective of the CRA is this. And for me, like the key thing that I would like to highlight is really the fact, and this way I'm coming back to with what I started. A lot of things is not really written in details or in a super clear way that would not be possible to interpret any other way. On the other hand, the CRA exactly counts with the involvement of community, of different stakeholders, not only really like public administrations, but really the private sector, academia, of course, open source software community, to get together and to come up with the best way we can use this document. So there is this big invitation to help with drafting the guidelines that should be prepared by the Commission, and there is clearly the intention to consult and to get some advice how to do it best. So for me, it's really this, that the community really can contribute to the way this whole document will be used at the end.
Jaroslav or Zuzana, would you like to add something to this question, or can we move to next?
I think we can move to next.
Okay. So, tell us how the Cyber Resilience Act will affect the development and distribution of the open source software, and what are the potential challenges for the community, and what challenges they may face. What are your thoughts about this?
Okay, so I will start. What I will be saying are mostly speculations at this point, so please excuse me for that. But there were many positive points mentioned, and I agree with them mostly. And sorry, can you repeat the question again? Because I was building something really big in my head and it got away.
Yes. What are the effects of the development and distribution, and what challenges the open source community in Czech Republic face it by the CRA?
Exactly. So back to it. So one thing that comes from the CRA, from my point of view, is that it makes some sort of collaboration mandatory, basically, and not for open source, but for vendors, with the public, with the communities. And that may be a really big challenge, not only for Czech Republic, but for the whole open source community worldwide, because suddenly it's ultimately a good thing that the vendors will finally talk with the open source developers and be trying to solve things large scale. And but there may be struggles with the communication itself, because many of the open source developers, they don't like big corporations. Then they don't want to help them, actually, because corporations, they go against what they believe to. So there may be struggles in interpersonal communications, a lot of them, because we are all people, so there will be people problems. And another interesting challenge will be that finally this regulation will basically force the vendors to share the load of making the risk assessments and making the security tests, stuff like this, because so far the usual thing is with companies, they just order some pen test, hey, pen test this, and they don't share the results with anyone. It's just for them, for audits, and if they find anything, it may not get back to the vendor to fix it for others. So this regulation will basically force them to, hey, we are the first using it, let's do a pen test and let's share the results for others. Otherwise, we are making it worse for others and for our users and for everyone, basically, if we don't share it, because there will be a lot of load, a lot of administrative tasks to do again and again, and why why they should like repeatedly invent the wheel. So I think there will be these two main challenges, like interpersonal relations between open source developers and the companies, and also for the companies to actually trust each other somehow and share these kind of things, share this information, help each other. And maybe they will become a little bit like open source, who knows? But that are two challenges, and I don't know what will be the outcome. It may be a very good outcome, but maybe not, because I can imagine like really grim futures. So.
Yeah, I think the good thing, coming out of, this, CRA, how this will affect, development and distribution of open source and free software, was that the community was able to stand up against, especially the first draft of CRA, that the first draft of CRA was very close to the end of open source software in Europe. That was very clear. There was, this, blog post from Python Software Foundation. They basically said, if we are going to be forced to be, responsible for, what's in our repositories, we will basically turn off repositories in Europe, because we can't be reliable. We don't own the code. The code is, contributed by community. So we were very close to end of distribution of open source software. So I'm very glad the community worked together. I think this is actually not the first time, but on this level, it was the first time when the community really stepped into legislation process and started providing feedback. It's like, hey, this is really bad. This can't pass. And so we learned a lot as a community, and I think we need to invest more time, because one of these things is like, as open source community, we are usually the last who found out there is something going on. We don't have like yes, I'm here with two hats. One is Red Hat, one is open source community enthusiast. In open source communities, we don't have legal departments that can watch what's going on. We don't have policy guys who sit in Brussels or Washington DC and are watching what's going on. So it takes more time to get to this point. We realize there is a problem. This time, I think the open source community caught it at the right time. Actually, it was like 1 minute after 12. But, well, we made it, and I believe the impact on open source community, especially for the development and distribution of open source, it's an opportunity, as I mentioned earlier, and we will see. I'm now pretty optimist here, even though if you ask me this question how it's like, it's May, almost May. So if you asked me this question 8 months ago, I wouldn't be optimist. So yeah, I have to say a big thank you to everyone who contributed to this process, feedback to European Union, and even though the changes might not be sometimes enough, I think we are on a good path, to get something out of CRA that's positive, and that's what I like.
I'm sorry, if I may add, when we were discussing just two parts or things came to my mind. Actually, when you mentioned Python, that they will close their business or any repositories. Right now in the regulation, we have so-called open source stewards, something called like that, who are probably these institutions. They are almost not liable, but they have some duties. For example, introducing coordinated vulnerability disclosure processes, like platforms where you can somehow inform on the vulnerabilities and so on. In this area, it's legally, let's say, on the level of general liability of the platform for the content. The platforms can't control the content, to some certain aspect, but they, when someone notices the platform, hey, this is wrong content, this is illegal or something like that, then they have to do something about it. So this is also the level somehow falling down on these institutions, which is in this manner, in my point of view, only logical. And correct me if I'm thinking wrong, I was thinking about open source software licenses and declarations that this part of code or this code is mine, it was created by me. Sometimes I believe that still it's somehow forbidden or not properly mentioned or not mentioned which part of software is or was created by the author. In the end, I believe that this will be the motivation, maybe a bit stronger, to really take care of stating that the software was developed by me under MIT license, whatever else, that it will somehow make the environment and the parts of the code a bit more transparent because of the responsibilities, because the people, the developers will probably be happy to say, well, I was only doing it as open source, someone else is using it commercially, thus I'm not liable, only the vendor or the one using the open source software for commercial purposes is liable and has to fulfill all the duties. Maybe there can be some push on that, but I don't know if it's that big issue in the area of open source. I sometimes saw that the claims on licenses was not entirely clear, but maybe it was just a few cases.
It depends. I think, the authorship is pretty clear very often. Probably the bigger question would be about, like, say, public domains code. That's usually, where, authors are trying not to claim authorship, even though this might be illegal in Europe. It's, pretty common practice. So, yeah, I'm a little bit worried that actually the actual authors might start hiding from regulations. So you will see more code somewhere on internet without any name, because you don't want to be liable, and you don't know if you are or not. So actually, I think this could be, the result could be opposite.
Okay.
Thanks. I just wanted to add one thing, and I was thinking about licensing. I think there will be a lot of surprises for open source communities, because not many companies are doing proper license checks, and some companies even don't know what open source software is integrated in their products at all. They just their programmers just put something in there and they sell it, and I think there will be a lot of surprises how many software is being used against its own policies, its own licenses. So this may be a really big challenge, and I don't know what will be the parties involved in that, but it will be a really interesting clash.
Okay, Jaroslav, I have a question for you. As I mentioned, in your job you deal with the compliance. So my question is, how could or should the open source projects adapt to ensure compliance with the CRA, and how hard do you think it will be if they will fall under the scope of the CRA?
This is a very tough question. Well, there are definitely different kinds of products. So as it was mentioned earlier, I'm personally more worried about the, let's say, open hardware. With software, it's basically easy. You just publish something on, let's say, GitHub, and you say, yes, you have the code here. With open hardware, you are just the hobbyist that's let's say working on just your hardware for you, your own use. It might be nice piece of, let's say, network device or some IoT device, and to support the development, you want to produce in, let's say, in 1,000 pieces, not more. because you will need some profit for that, just to pay what you invested into making that open hardware. This could be considered as a commercial activity, because well, it is commercial activity. You are selling something on the market, you are earning money from that piece of hardware, and now the regulation will be forced on you. Let's say if you will get to this highest level, that means some third-party assessment. Let's say I can't comment how much, let's say, EUCC will cost, but the common criteria that are actually used as EUCC is based on common criteria. Common criteria certification, it could be $100,000, it could be $1,000,000 of dollars. Trust me, I know it. I pay for it and I budget it. And now imagine you will come to this small developer, some very small, even not startup, just I'm doing it for fun. And you knock on the doors and say, hey, from now, like, you have this very nice keyboard, or maybe not keyboard, maybe IoT device for $10, and now you have to pay $2 million for some certification to some external body. This could be a big challenge, and yeah, for us it's like a big company. We have to pay it and do it anyway. There is no way that we can't do it, because it's a requirement for government sales across the world. So in the end, we will have to do it. One thing I'm concerned about is this mutual recognition between countries. So yeah, we do our evaluation. Let's say in the US, does it mean it will be applicable in Europe or not? Nobody is able to answer this question to me. Every time I have a chance to ask this question, hey, what about mutual recognition? Because without mutual recognition, it's not going to be $2 million in Europe. It will be $2 million in Europe. It will be $2 million in US, $2 million in Asia, and now your $10 device will never pay off. And what you will do? You can either like try to sell it for $100, nobody will buy it, or you just close the shop. So this is something that I'm really afraid of, and not only European community, security community, and regulatory community, but the whole international community, regulatory community has to do something. As I said, I was at the conference, and even at that conference, the people from NISA said there are so many like regulatory frameworks these days, it's impossible to comply with everything, but ours is of course the most important one. So you can feel they will never ever get rid of like ours is important one. The others one, it can disappear one day, but it will never disappear. So yeah, as for us, as for Red Hat, we will need to comply. We will do it, even though I was told, hey, you will not comply, it's impossible. I believe it is. We will find a way. But I'm really worried about the small projects. It can be based on open source, small startups. For these guys, it's going to be extremely challenging and difficult to survive, and we need to help them.
Okay, thank you. I think it's important to mention that the CRA will have like the two options: EU Declaration of Conformity, and it will apply to most of the hardware and software. And there are these critical ones who will need, the certification. So we will have to wait and see what will actually fall under which scope. Okay, thank you. Susanna, next question is for you. What impact might the CRA have on small developers and open source enthusiasts like you and the NGOs, and what steps should they take to adapt to the new rules?
Yeah, thanks for the question. So this is currently speculation. We will see how it will go. But currently it's written in a way that it should not have an impact. It should not. But what I'm worrying is that there will be like the psychological impact, basically some kind of like overwhelming thought. Hey, we have to think about this, because one day when something happens and we will go over the threshold of something, we will have to take care of it somehow. And it's there, it's like in the air. So, and that's something that could discourage someone to open something to the public. Or even the example that I was telling earlier, some company takes my open source project and starts selling it. So they will be liable. That's completely fine. Yeah, it's their product. Okay, go with it. I am not liable. But still, there may be like real issues which stem from like people's nature. So, for example, that company, somebody from that company may start like harassing me for not doing this change request in the product, or not in the product, in my software, or something like this. And this is already like happening even without regulations, but on a really small scale. There are always like, let's say, unknowing people who are requesting stuff like open source guys are a charity or something, but the CRA may cause this on a larger scale. So that's another worry I have for like small hobbyists. So what I'm afraid is that somebody just starts a project, they will do the project, and when the first kind of troubles like this will emerge, they will just close the project and go away. And we will lose a lot of projects like this, probably. Again, it's only a speculation, and the way it's written now, it should not have an impact. But I fear these indirect impacts, because, well, people who write open source software, they are usually doing it just for fun. And they are happy if somebody else uses it. And they are happy when they can like push it further and make it better and stuff like this. But so far, they are like not in any kind like responsible, not liable, not anything, and they are not even after CRA, but still these communications, these psychological like issues that may stem from the CRA, they may cause them to feel like they are responsible, and this is something that may really cause a lot of pain in open source communities. So I hope that everyone will come together and solve it together, as open source always does. But I'm worried if it still won't be killing a lot of small projects. So that's my view of that.
If I may react and play the good cop here. No, I would just like to mention two opportunities that I see there, even though I completely respect what Zuzana said, and with the at least psychological influence that can be really, really significant. In this situation where there is an open source software producer, produces something that is used by some bigger company somehow. As we already said before, from the legal perspective, the obligation to make sure that everything is compliant is on the manufacturer. And there should not be this, let's say, a bit harassing communication between these two. But, well, we'll see. But what I want to say is that this is also kind kind of relationship where CRA counts with the possibility of financing for the open source software producer, let's say, who is not liable, who doesn't have to, from the legal point of view, react to this, but can. And the CRA counts with these security attestations that could be done and that could be paid by this manufacturer or other manufacturer, or even maybe some public entity, whatever. So this is actually a way how to find some sponsorship, let's say, or some way how to get some money that would cover at least some costs that are connected with this important work. And second of all, this can be also interesting for this open source software person who is, excited about the code and everything, with the new information that they may get about their code. Meaning that the manufacturer, if he finds some vulnerability in the code or in the final product from this part that was integrated into it based on open source, they need to inform the original, let's say, author that there is this vulnerability, and this way actually contribute to make the source code better. So it can be definitely quite a complicated relationship, but it doesn't have to be only a negative relationship here.
Yeah, I just want to react a little. I'm sounding so negative here. I'm sorry about that, because I'm just worrying about many things. But you are right. There are also these opportunities, and even it may, again, somehow force the companies, if the original author is unwilling to fix the things, or don't want to talk to anyone, or, well, the company can fork it, and it may force them to, publish it, which may not be the case nowadays. I worked for some companies who were forking things internally and not putting it back to community, and the CRA can actually make them do it, and it can make the whole open source ecosystem better. So that's a good thing for me.
Okay, thank you very much. My last question is to all of you. What role do you see for public and private sectors in supporting the open source community in the light of the CRA? Maybe, Pavel, you can start.
If I may, and it was already mentioned, many times I see a great work and howl for the first version, and then there is the second version, which is much better. So this is about the community. I mean, CRA and other regulation usually has somehow good intent to bring the security of the products, to regulate cybersecurity, to monitor your networks, to know what is going on inside of your network, and so on and so forth. Sometimes then it starts to be complicated, as we know it happens with the European regulation. But in CRA, I really see the benefit that it really tackled especially open source community, but not only this community, that the CRA was rewritten quite heavily, and you can see the version which is published in March this year. Then there are bigger changes which are more following, in my idea, more following the idea of the regulation, thus securing the product on the market for the consumers. And this regulation is really indirectly targeted for consumer protection of the products. Also, and it was just partly mentioned here. What is interesting part is the topic of vulnerability disclosure in here. We were mentioning it a bit, but there is still thinking if there are duties for the manufacturers to reveal vulnerability disclosure processes, platforms, and so on. In this moment, CRA is suggesting it, or is suggesting other tools how to basically inform on the security issues. So still the same as in a NIS2 directive, which is suggesting that these processes should be incorporated, but there is no strong push on that. However, this tool, in my opinion, again, somehow brings more dynamics to the environment, and it is a good way here that it's not strong suggestion. I mean, it's not a duty, but it is a strong suggestion, and also these areas of topics around the security are more and more mentioned in the legislation. It was just a few thoughts, and I will be happy if you will follow up on them or any other. Thank you.
Yes, so talking about vulnerabilities, I like the modern approach CR is taking, and one of the issue of many these cybersecurity regulatory frameworks is they don't care about the severity of vulnerability. So let's say I mentioned common criteria earlier today, there is this famous rule: 0 known vulnerabilities in the product that's certified. That's basically impossible these days for any complex product or open source project. And CRA talks about exploitable vulnerability. So that's a big step forward. This is what I really like. I don't think it was in the initial CRA draft. So this was a big, advancement in, how CRA is written. And that's the reason I'm not, worried that it will be, too much work, because, the percentage of vulnerabilities that are vulnerable is extremely low. It's like, if I remember it correctly, we had some statistics internally, and we talk about these publicly. It's like, 2 to 3% of all vulnerabilities are even not exploitable, but might be exploitable, or there is known way how to exploit the vulnerability. So I think this is a very, modern approach and good approach, because we should care about vulnerabilities that matters. We should not force vendors, open source projects, whoever in the community to fix everything, because it's impossible, and some CVEs are basically CVEs only because someone thinks it's CVE. There is no known exploit and so on. So this is definitely a good thing. I like this approach. There might be one issue with the management of vulnerabilities is there are some like strict deadlines. How fast the vulnerability needs to be reported back to regulatory body. This could be a big challenge because it's not easy to assess if vulnerability is really exploitable. You even don't know it. Like the incident response process works like, hey, there is some CVE somewhere that might be applicable to our product or our project, our open source project. You never know until you will start assessment. This assessment is not easy. It can take time. Definitely, like it can take weeks even to understand if the vulnerability could be even exploitable. So this is one thing that probably need some clarification, or maybe some changes when it has to be reported, or in what state it has to be reported. It's probably good to have like early reports, even though you are not 100% sure if it affects you or not. So this is to vulnerabilities, but this is the last question. I also like to mention one thing before we will end is I actually see as like pretty interesting market opportunity here with CRA for smaller companies or individual developers who can be actually these middlemans between the big commercial vendors and open source projects. There are some these companies who do this work for hire. You hire them, hey, I need to fix this or implement this feature in open source project. I see a big, market opportunity here that many, open source developers could, take this opportunity and start contributing to open source project by being sponsored by these, big, vendors who usually first don't care about open source very often. Sometimes they are afraid to contribute to open source projects because of different, licensing reasons. So there are big, corporations that actually spun off, another entity just not to be any close to open source licenses. So yeah, I see there are many opportunities, not only for making everything more secure and better, but also to get more funding and more support to smaller open source projects, because open source is only about reputation. In open source community, we don't have anything else. We have code and reputation. And I completely agree with you about the more eyes is definitely better. Like a few weeks ago, we were as an open source community, we were very close to losing this reputation with that, famous XZ thing and supply chain attack. And if this happened in the end, and we were very, very close. There was one very clever guy who did just, some testing, and SSH took longer than it should be taking. We were very close losing the only thing that open source community has, and its reputation. So it was a good, call for open source community to be more careful, and CRA can help here to get overall security and keep our reputation in the future.
Thank you. I would maybe again add, as a public sector person, the security aspect. That for us it's super important to know what we actually use, what are the components, but that these components are safe, even though it is not, it's just a part of the product, it's not the whole part, but still it can be risky or maybe even dangerous. So this is something closely connected to supply chain security and everything, and this is really something that for us is super important to take good care of. This is my point one, and point two, even though a little bit repetitive as it may be, is really this huge opportunity that we see with the CRA and with the process of implementation and setting the best practices, even for the open source community, really to be involved, use the invitation that is in the CRA, because as you might know, the Commission is supposed to prepare some guidance on different aspects, including the open source. So this is really the time for the whole community, all the stakeholders to step in and to actually make the regulation theirs. So it's suited the best, the purpose, and all the circumstances that we and you are dealing with. So this is all I have to say.
So for me, the opportunities which are there stemming from the CRA, they are more like for people to get better in cybersecurity, actually, like overall over the whole market, because I really hope that somehow it gets funding to be available to like the end developers more, to get them incentive to contribute more, and also that it will create an environment where there will be more accessible cybersecurity tools, because for cybersecurity to be done good, you need a lot of tooling, which is not always free, and it's hard to be accessible for like developers of some hobby projects. And it would be really wise for the companies and states to fund, for example, for Geho, GitLab, GitHub, to make these tools available for small developers, so they can assess the cybersecurity maturity of their code, like in the beginning when they start coding. So I think the opportunity is there to everyone, for everyone to like learn something new, to learn how things should be done better, and to make more cybersecurity related guidance, tools, other things more accessible. So that's what I'm hoping for, and I agree with most of the points that my predecessors had. So that's my conclusion.
Great, thank you very much. Are there any questions from the audience? Now it's your turn to raise your voice. Okay.
Thank you. Hello, I'm Tomáš. I'm maybe one of a few actually commercial companies, small vendors who produce or support producing open source. We have a substantial enterprise product which we open sourced. So there are hundreds of questions in my mind from this discussion, but one is the main one. And I have to thank Ms. Turňová to actually say the right word for it, which is free software. Once I heard it, which is, I think, better than open source. And free from the license point of view means that the software is free. It has no connections to the author anymore. And I would say, by what the license says, usually, that most of those licenses say that also the author is free from anything than his author rights, which no one can steal. But anything else, any liability, anything, he's free from it as well. So when I hear that the author should be liable for anything, I have to ask if that breaks this license that the author gives to the software, that he doesn't warrant anything, because that's the condition with which the author gave the software away. So if that would break, I think first of all that would be illegal, and second, that would stop people producing the software under such a license, because I think that's one of the things where you think, okay, fine, if I'm not liable on how a big company uses it, maybe for killing people, I don't know, anything, then it's okay, I can give it away, but otherwise maybe not. So does this regulation kind of break the license of where the author, even the maintainer, is not liable for anything he puts into the source code?
If I may. Thank you. If I may, with the liability, it's a bit different actually. Of course, you are not liable for what the third party is doing with your software, but you are always liable, at least to some certain extent, for the quality of the software itself. Even though the licenses are using these disclaimers, I'm not liable at all for the quality and so on. There is the statement in usually around all the Europe, in US it's also there, and it's part of civil regulation. I don't know if the mic is working. So it is, okay. It is part of the civil regulation that if you are developing and proclaiming that you are somehow an expert or behaving like that, you still have some level of liability. You can't put on the market in GitHub or wherever the product you know it's faulty. If you know it, then you can be responsible for it. And it depends if it is free, if you are not paid for it, then the liability will be lower. If then it is somehow for remuneration or whatever else, then the liability will be higher. But there is a faulty feeling that there is no liability, and basically when the author under the open license puts the software on the market, there is no liability for him at all. So that's the reaction for that. And for the reaction for CRA, I believe that it doesn't change anything in that manner. So basically it's still the same, and the liability then is mainly on the subject who is selling the product. They have to control if the part of the open source or the open source itself was working properly and so on, and that's basically it. For maybe you want to add something on that, but.
Okay, I think most of the software is not sold at all because the final customer just uses it in the product. So there is no sales, never, on the software itself. It's usually there is no price on the price tag on an open source software. If there is a commercial software which uses a component, of course, that's another story, but that's a commercial software. But open source software, when it's in the end open source, it's still, it's normally not sold. Okay, so that's interesting. I think that really goes against the whole idea of freedom in the software. This idea that, because it's not even putting it on the market. If you put something on GitHub, it's not putting it on the market. It's like if you lose your notepad, like a physical paper, and something is written on it, and someone reads it and thinks, oh, I will do something what's written in there, that you would be liable. I don't think so. If I write a note, I want to kill myself, I leave it somewhere, and you kill yourself, I'm not liable for that.
The line, how much are you liable, is different. But you can't say you are not liable at all. And it's always the assessment of the specific situation, and then you have to assess it. But saying I'm not liable at all, to use the disclaimer, doesn't have to be completely true. If, for example, I'm aware that there is a security problem in the software and then it will spread somewhere, and I somehow tried and did it on purpose. I was playing with the situation. Then you are liable.
Okay, just add, I don't want to...
It's not like black and white situation.
Okay.
And this is the lawyers talking to the technical scientists, and we are usually vague. The definitions are not so concrete. The situations have to be assessed specifically, case by case, and this is just what I'm trying to say.
Okay, I'm interested what Free Software Foundation then reacts, because it's really the whole idea of free software is that the software should be free from anything, because it's just a writing. Of course, it matters how people use it, but the code itself and the author who wrote it, I don't think it's a good idea to make any liability, because that prohibits any kind of innovation, I would say. But okay, thank you.
So I'm Sean, also from Red Hat, actually. But I didn't get the distinction between a commercial and non-commercial vendor, or where the authors of a software project also sell that software to a manufacturer who produces an IoT device, say. What if the life cycle of their software doesn't match that of the hardware? Where does liability transfer through this? Does it always stay with the end manufacturer, with the final vendor, or are there chains of liability that arise through contracts and suppliers?
Well,
very short and very straightforward probably answer would be that if you get some money for it and you do it for profit, then it's part of commercial like business. So then yes, you should be responsible.
So I have a hobby project and I managed to sell it to a
If I may, a little correction. In the current version of CRA, there are like more detailed definitions of what is commercial and what is non-commercial. And actually there are a lot of seemingly commercial use cases which are very common in open source community, which are for the purpose of CRA considered non-commercial. So for example, if you have a Patreon, coffee, something like this, you are still non-commercial. If you have an NGO and you get some money for the software you are creating, but you are using that money only like to make the product better and not for anything else, then you are still non-commercial. So there are many paragraphs which are explaining what is commercial and what is non-commercial use, and it would be better to like read it because it's a few pages of it. And I found basically every use case for open source software there, which I know about. There may be some edge cases, but it's very comprehensive.
I agree with Zuzana here. I found a very nice blog post. I can, share the link with you. It actually does exactly what you are saying. Like, what if? And I was surprised. I expected like first, what if I don't, take money? Okay, you don't. You are not under, CRA. I expected the line to be, pretty high, and I was surprised. There are, as Zuzana said, many cases that actually, open source and free software projects use are not covered by CRA. So I can, share the blog post with you, and it's very nicely written, and I like it. And based on my understanding, I'm not a lawyer. To my understanding, it actually pretty much, covers, many of these, use cases we have in community projects.
And if I may add, this distinction between commercial and non-commercial software that is currently written in there, that is why I am not like afraid of the CRA anymore. As I was in the beginning when it started a few years ago, and that's why my worries shifted more to like communication, more to like more soft skill stuff around it, because there will be a lot of things which still will be the same, but there will be an information poisoning that we may be liable for something. We have to take care of it. That's the basic distinction between my original worries a year ago and worries I have now. So I think it will be good. And I wanted to add something to the previous question. One thing. Basically, in every license, in every open source license, there is one short sentence in the end, which says something like "to the extent of the law," and I read it many years ago, and that doesn't change with CRA. That's still there. It always was. It basically means if you do something wrong, you are still liable, and it's just like about what you did wrong. So, for example, if you just, I don't know, made a racist comment in the code somewhere, well, you are just a terrible person. But if you intentionally put some vulnerability there and it spread it all over the world, you are still liable, even if it's free software. So that's like what I wanted to add. There is nothing like no liability. There is no like free from jail card.
Okay, thank you very much. Our time is up, so I would like to thank you all for your answers. Thank you for the questions, and I'm sure that if you have any more questions, our panelists will be here for you, so you can ask them all of your questions you're just in your mind right now. So thank you very much again, and enjoy the rest of the day. Thank you very much.
And thanks for the moderator, and let's enjoy the coffee break. Thank you very much. Hello, hello. Jo, děkuji. So, so please let's get back to your seats, and we are going to start basically the last part, the second panel of today's conference. We are going to talk about the sustainability of public sector and academic open source projects through communities. And again, we have a moderator, Veronika Kvek, from the Česko.Digital, and I am passing her the mic, and it's yours. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Jirko. Hey, hello guys. Thank you very much for staying. I believe this was a very long day for everyone, so this is the last talk we promised, and we decided we're going to make it exciting and we're going to argue here. So I would like to invite you to argue with us. All right. Thank you very much. Thank you for organizing this. Thank you for the space. Thank you for the speakers, and thank you for listening, because really it's a hard time. We have here Petr Holub. He is, sorry, I got a little cheat sheet here. He represents academia as a researcher and associate professor of computer science at Masaryk University. He does so much more, but I will save it for later. I have here Jiří Eichmann, sorry, my German is not ideal, and he represents business as a desktop engineering manager at Red Hat. Am I saying it right? Awesome. I've got here Gerald Pfeiffer. Did I pronounce it? Fantastic. And he is the CTO at SUSE, and he used to be a VP. SUSE, sorry, see, there you go, there's my shortcomings already. And he used to be a VP of products at SUSE. And of course, Petr Ilek, sorry. And he is the founder of CS.Gov, which is a platform for public sector for little towns all around Czech Republic. So thank you very much for coming. I'm gonna explain why I sit here and why I have broken leg as well, because usually that makes people laugh. I've tried skateboarding. I highly recommend, you can see. I have a spare skateboard at home if anyone wants, because I don't think I will ever stand on it again. Clearly, I'm not very good at this. I work in Česko.Digital, and they call me Chief Strategy Officer, apparently. And what I do is in Česko.Digital, we are trying to help people in public sector to use the potential of technology. And that is why this topic of open source is definitely one of the technologies we want the public sector to be using. So I'm super happy and excited to be here. I also used to work in Singapore for governments and in the UK for governments, trying to help them use the potential of technology. And what I love about this meeting, the thing that's happening here today, is that it's about collaboration. It's about bringing different worlds together, and it's about trying to build together the knowledge and sharing the knowledge amongst each other. So I'm super happy, and I'm a little bit creepy because I love topic of government, because in my opinion, working for government and helping governments has the biggest impact for every single person that you meet on the street. So for me, that's my hard topic. So I'm super happy, and thank you very much for inviting me to moderate this discussion. Okay. What I would say is that digital government services have exploded over the last 20 years. And it's a very, very important topic, because that's the way how you build digital economies. This is how you build digital societies. In return, what the governments give through these services to the citizens is they give them access to the services, some very crucial, some very critical, like health services, social services, education and others. And it's really, really important to talk about this topic. But with governments, it has its own challenges. We mentioned a couple of just before, we were talking about the Act. There is policy and regulation challenges. There is funding, procurement, sometimes it's not made for open source. There are challenges of adoption, integration into the existing services. How are they gonna adopt open source? There are challenges of governance and maintenance. And that's what brings us to the topic of sustainability. So how do we create a sustainable open source within the government environment? How can we help them to do that? And we have our panel speakers here today to share their experiences and compare it from their own sectors to see how we can do that and what is their experiences with this. So without further ado, Shall we start? I will start with, just keep it. Passing it over, no way. Okay, Petr Holub is a Chief Information Officer at BBMRI ERIC. I'm gonna explain what does that mean. It's Biobanking and Biomolecular Resources Research Infrastructure in Austria.
It's not in Austria, it's an international organization. ERICs are Research Infrastructure Consortia set up by the European law. And we have headquarters in Austria, but we have member states. We have 25 member states throughout the Europe plus one.
Potential of technology.
This one. So, BBMRI is a biobanking biomolecular research infrastructure consortium. It's a ERIC, it's an international or intergovernmental organization, which is located. The headquarters is in Austria. It's hosted by Austria, but we have 25 member states, including Qatar, for instance. So we have European, but also non-European members.
Okay, so you're based here in Czech, you yourself?
I'm physically we partially lived with the family in Austria, partially here in Brno. Now we are mostly in Brno.
Already exciting. Okay, next thing, you are a former researcher at CESNET, which is...
Correct. That's also, I used to work with the Czech National Research and Education Network Operator for a number of years, leading a team working on advanced multimedia transmission systems, which resulted in the UltraGrid, which is an open source software solution for low latency, high performance video transmissions over high-speed networks. We even got an ACM award, multimedia award for the open source software actually for it, so that's also covered. But maybe for the topic of this meeting, it would be best if I take off my university hat mostly and put my BBMRI hat on, because that's much closer to the government and governance experience. At the university, we are, even with my current hat on, we are releasing open source software as well for pipelines for training AI models. We're primarily working in digital pathology and other like medical informatics fields, which is also close to what I'm doing on the European level. But this is more of an open source it's our own software for us primarily, so we don't build it as something that we would target a broader community systematically. It's just for us, it's a means how to release things. If somebody's interested, they can take it, they can clone it, they can fork it, whatever they like, but we're not providing any support for integrating third-party contributions and so forth. With CESNET, it was a little different. With the UltraGrid, we also incorporated developments that came from the outside. And the team still continues there with the support of CESNET, which, by the way, brings us to the sustainability. People like to have simple messages, so there is only sustainability as long as there is money. And everything else is European projects bullshit. Basically, all the rest about sustainability, and you need to figure out how you get the money to the community, and it can be in collaboration with industry. We have here some partners. It can be also academic collaborations. It can be also partially supported or with the involvement of governments. And now with the BBMRI hat on. Basically, when I started in 2015 in BBMRI, we also had discussions because we knew we need to develop solutions for discovering the biobanks and biomolecular resources on European level, for negotiating access to it. And there were when we started with proposals of contracts on IPR that were like 20 pages long. And we eventually ended up with one paragraph in all those contracts with all the member states that are saying all the developments will be released as open source. And the IPRs are disclaimed as a part of the licenses in the open source, so that the whole community can use it. So that was the first step, where it allowed us in the environment where we really have like 25 countries contributing. In some cases, of course, not most cases, not 25 countries directly developing or contributing, but it's maybe 2, 3, 5 working together on one service. And instead of dealing with IPRs and dealing with these problems, we decided we go open source.
This is a very nice example of scale, how open source allows for a scale, and this is one of the many arguments for open source in government, which I really, really love. How was the governance of this vast work?
So in this case, it's based on the governance of this international organization. So we have mechanisms of work programs that are approved by the representatives of the member states, and as a part of it, we have like a long-term. We're now renewing the next 10-year strategy. And the IT strategy is then aligned to this overall strategy, and as a part of it there are work programs that are then specifying what are the planned outcomes of the development, what are the features, even down to the features of tools, what we need to have, what we want to have, how the architecture of the system, overall the ecosystem is going to grow. But it's all backed by BBMRI, within BBMRI primarily. Another interesting experience is when we took this to another level, and since 2021 I'm involved in designing and supporting implementation of European health data spaces. You might have noticed today, about I think 3 hours ago, it was approved by the European Parliament, finally. The trialogue was incredible pain in the wherever. There we have also good and bad experiences actually with open source. One interesting is one of BBMRI services actually become a candidate for being incorporated in the EHDS for negotiating access to the data sets that are going to be accessed and released if permit is issued. And now we are having quite an interesting discussion with the European Commission. If a open source software system fulfills 95% of the requirements and 5% is missing, is it better for the Commission to start development of their own software from scratch or extend something existing? And there's a big debate, including problems that they are not going to develop it themselves because they don't have expertise. They think they have expertise to manage the development, which is, I think most of you who are somehow steering development, can you imagine not having expertise to develop things and having expertise to steer the development?
That's quite common in government, actually.
that's quite funny idea. So we are now at the risk that it will be basically 95% of the functionality will be developed anew by contracting some private company with God knows what license, while they could build on this.
Can I ask, what was the biggest argument for that?
Because it gives them flexibility to procure companies, probably. And it's, I mean, on this level, I would not suspect any bribing or any bad things. It's just they think maybe if they don't impose, if they don't do any pre-requirements, they would just open up the tender to bigger companies. The company might not need to know Java and Spring, and because we're using Java and Spring and in our systems. I mean, I haven't seen much or heard much rational arguments about it. Another interesting example that relates to EHDS, and that's where I was a little bit pissed off at open source myself, was when we started architecting it in 21, and basically we've got kind of message that if from DG Connect, that if you want to have DG Connect support of EHDS, there will be e-delivery protocol used for exchange, for communication between the nodes. E-delivery, what is it? Have anybody heard about it? Well, that's some stack of protocols that basically came from telco industry, and that's based on SOAP. So now people are again learning technologies from 90s only to fulfill a wish of European Commission to have, because they have an open source implementation called Domibus, and they just impose it on other people. So is it good or is it bad? I mean, it's also related to sustainability of it obviously, because they want to have some utilization of something they're funding, so they're imposing it on the others. Do we need to suffer from technologies from 90s that we happily got rid of 20 years back or 15 years back? Not sure. So
how would you go about it?
REST, like everybody is now doing. I mean, if you mean the protocol stack, but
how would you
from a
yourself
governance perspective, it's there is no easy answer for me. I do understand why they are pushing for it, but I would also expect that they would listen to those who are supposed to adopt it. If those say, well, guys, maybe in the telco industry it might be still kind of relevant, but in the other industries, I mean, it's like development of hospital information system here at Masaryk Memorial Cancer Institute in Brno. I mean, they had to kill it and go for a different one because they were no longer able to, the company that was developing it in the past, they were using technologies from 80s and 90s. And almost, Algol COBOL, no, but I think, what was the name of this database from 90s, early 90s? No, DBase, no, it starts Informix, no. Informix, was it Informix? So, you also need to accommodate change and follow somehow, there is a lot of randomness in the development, especially in the open source communities because of the freedom. But there is, through these Brownian motions, it also moves somewhere and you can see trends and you can see where people are making decisions between complex and simple, what features you need, what features you don't need. And then when adopting the open source, you also need to be prudent about those things. So,
thank you. Thank you for sharing your experience, your point of view. Okay, I will introduce properly. I contributed to various open source projects since 2005, primarily the Fedora project and GNOME. Has written hundreds of articles and several books on Linux and open source, worked as a manager of relationships with communities and academic sector from 2011 to 2015, and is a desktop engineer manager at Red Hat. Jiří, do you have any opinions and point of view on sustainability in government and academia?
Yeah, well, when I was thinking about how to use my intro, I was like, who am I to tell experts on open source policies in public sector, to tell them how to apply open source policies in public sector. So actually decided to tweak because the notion of the discussion throughout the day is what can open source do for public sector. With my community hat on, I decided to tweak it a bit more to what can public sector do for open source. Because I think that's important, because this problem repeats with every when we have some major CV, etc. And probably most of you have seen that XCD comics with the whole infrastructure of big corporations that are relying on a tiny piece of some component that is maintained by some guy in Nebraska that does it in nights, and he is overworked, etc. And then when these small things breaks, then the whole infrastructure collapses. And I think it's a repeated problem, and I think that's where the public sector can actually help. And I wanted to use the introduction talk to actually share a very recent experience we have in an open source project with public funding. So one of the projects I've been involved with for over 15 years is the GNOME project. If you don't GNOME is a desktop environment for Linux. If you interact with Linux in a graphical way, you most likely use GNOME. It's an old project. It's recently celebrated 25 years. It started in '99, so it's pretty old too. And it's governed by the GNOME Foundation. It's a non-profit. It's been working reliably and fine. But basically, the non-profit itself operates with a budget of like hundreds of thousands of dollars, which may seem quite a lot, but in fact for such an international project it's really not. With that kind of budget you can pay someone for accounting, organization, and running the infrastructure, and that's basically it. So the project relies on contributors to actually do the development, and there are two kinds of contributors. So one is the commercial ones, for example us or SUSE, etc. But those commercial contributors, they basically, like what they implement is what's important for their customers. So things that are important for our customers, or SUSEs, or canonicals, etc., those get implemented. And then there is the second class or kind of contributors, and those are the volunteers, people who do it in their free time, etc. But these people usually don't have enough time, to do any like large infrastructure changes, etc. So there are parts of the projects that are not really priorities for any of those groups, and we all understand it's really important, and not doing anything in those areas if it is basically accumulating the technical debt. And that was also happening and is happening in GNOME as well, and basically in any other open source project. But what happened to GNOME is last year it got a funding, actually 1 million euros from the Sovereign Tech Fund. I don't know if, does anyone here ever heard of? Maybe one. Okay, so I'll explain, because it's fairly new. It just started a few years ago. So Sovereign Tech Fund is part of a federal agency for disruptive innovation in Germany. It's funded by the Ministry for Economic Affairs and Climate Action. It operates with a budget of, I think last year it was close to 12 million euros, so not a small budget. I think someone during the day mentioned that's the budget of the whole DIA here. So that's what they have just for this fund. And basically what they do is they fund open source software to help them basically to be like a sustainable in long term. They have an interesting approach. They don't use that push or application form in a way that projects would apply for funding. They actually work with a network of experts to identify projects, and then they approach the projects and okay, we see that you may be in need of funding, so can we come up with like a reasonable use of the money. So that's basically how they contacted GNOME as well. And the project has been running for the second year. They came up with like 10 different areas. I'm not gonna name them, but it's really those are like really grounding changes that are really important for the whole project, like removing the technological debts, etc. And one of the areas is, for example, accessibility as well, which is everyone would tell you that accessibility is important, but when you ask them if they are willing to pay for that, then suddenly it's not that important anymore. And I was working on the Linux desktop or GNOME in Red Hat. I have witnessed this, that basically accessibility, the private sector is basically failing to deliver proper accessibility in open source projects, because for example, in Red Hat, we try to build a case, business case for accessibility, because we have a lot of public sector customers, and for them it's mandated to have like a good accessibility in software they are using. It turned out that basically what they really cared about is just the formal part. Here are the forms you have to fill out, stating, what's the state of the accessibility in your products. And when the audit comes, they check the forms, and that's all we need. But we basically, there is no demand for accessibility. On the other hand, I think we all agree that it's in public interest that people who have some disability shouldn't be disqualified from using the same tools as everyone else. So this is the kind of not only projects that are important for everyone, like the components that everyone takes for granted, but is not willing to pay for them, but also areas that basically are not covered properly by the private sector. So that's just my pitch here, that it's not only that how open source can be used in public sector, but I think that's an important role of the public sector to actually fund or use targeted funding for open source projects. And I guess that's all I wanted to say.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Shall we hand over to Gerald? Okay, Gerald is a CTO at SUSE and a VP products before. Knows open source both from community, ecosystem, business, and technology perspectives. Before, he was a senior researcher at University of Calabria in Italy. Oh, an assistant professor.
Good food.
Assistant professor at Vienna, University of Technology. Some 30 years in free and open source software. And he exclusively uses Linux and open source in his work machines and at home. Fantastic. What is your experience and what can you share with us about sustainability and the government?
Yeah, when I read about this, I was wondering, sustainability, what do we want to sustain? And I think I thought of two groups of people. One is the users. The other one is the contributors. Users, I think, are probably not so much in focus of our conversation, because if you look at government, they're probably captive users. If it's government services they have to use, then usually they don't have a lot of options.
There is no competition.
Right? Though I will say, and if I've learned one thing in my years at SUSE, is open source is not an excuse. As in, if the service isn't right, if the quality isn't right, if the feature set isn't right, then open source is just not the right solution. I mean, any CIO, public sector or otherwise, will not, if they can help it, use open source if you are not competitive. Doesn't mean we are same. I mean, there's strengths, but if you buy cars or running shoes or whatever, there's always some things that are better here and maybe not so good there. But overall, I think open source is not an excuse. I think that's where what we need to keep in mind. It's not just like, it's open source, use it. I'm not sure about your experience, but mine, that's not. So I think for us, or is probably here more relevant is contributors. And I noted down a quote from the previous panel, which was, they usually do it just for fun. And that is partially true. If you look at big, complex open source projects, like the Linux kernel, like Kubernetes, the vast majority of contributions comes from people who are paid to do so. It's from Red Hat and SUSE and Intel and ARM and AMD. So in case of Linux, the hardware vendors, sometimes software vendors, Oracle, sometimes people focusing, etc. And yes, there's also the volunteers, and probably a case for several of us. There is also an intersection where I wouldn't be surprised for Jiří to do some open source work that Red Hat may not be involved with, or do some more hours. And so why, if you look at sustainability from, for the people who are paid to use, ultimately it's not about them. It's about the employers. Why do their employers care about it? That's why they pay. And one very simple reason is there may be requirements. Public money, public code. Or you may just decide to, like Peter mentioned, you open source as in you make it available, but you don't want to create community project because that actually, as we'll probably cover, incurs cost. So you can save money, but you have to spend money to save money, if you will. But so you may do it just because you have a research background. Open source is very similar to, for anyone who has a history in science, it's very common. You share what you do so that other people can inspect this, can build upon it, can publish based on that, etc. And I think one trend we may be seeing is people publishing or being strongly encouraged to publish, especially when it's about security, which I think we also heard in the previous panel is just, the large number of eyes and being transparent. Most interesting, I think, for companies and their contribution and sustainability is that you don't have to carry everything alone. SUSE, we have hundreds of engineers. I know Red Hat has even more. But none of us probably would be able to do an entire Linux distribution from scratch ourselves. Because there's a lot of code. I think one of my colleagues once did an analysis for a typical server operating system. I think it was like 1 billion lines of code. Because you have things like GNOME, that's a beast. You have a Linux kernel, you need a compiler, actually 2 compilers that we are shipping. You need, pardon?
Just the browser itself.
The browser?
Firefox has 30 million lines of code.
Okay. So that's it, how big is the desktop team? Could they do just a browser? And by the way, maybe there's LibreOffice somewhere and So I think the sharing and the sharing of load, the sharing of work, I think is a good reason, was the primary reason. And similar, if we move back to the individual contributors, why do people contribute? Usually it's because, as they say, to scratch their own itch. There's something you use. I mean, those of us who have contributed probably have done it multiple times. There's something that doesn't work and it looks easy enough, and you file a bug report, which is a contribution. Or you even, sometimes I think that it can't be so easy, it can't be so difficult. And I look in a code base I've never looked at, and I submit a 2-line patch, and then literally 2 days later I get, that's actually a good idea, but I think we can do it even better. It became a 4-line patch, and it's in the next version. Doesn't always happen like that, but it does happen. But same thing, it's about contribution. So I think in general, open source and public sector, the question is how can we invite and manage contributions? And so it's 2 questions around it. How do we go about that? Because it's not just putting it on GitHub. That it may die over there. People may use it and fork it, which in this case might be positive. And the other way I think is everyone needs to realize what is actually my goal if I initiate the project. How many contributions do I want? Am I prepared to accept them? How much control do I want to relinquish? Because the beauty of open source, if you ever managed a product built on open source, is there's a lot of things you get for free. The disadvantage is there's a lot of things you get for free. And out of a sudden, I mean, Red Hat QA and SUSE QA and our performance teams spent quarters, literally, or years to fix performance because there were great new features happening upstream, but now something doesn't happen. Or someone did something really cool in GNOME, and out of a sudden accessibility doesn't work anymore, and that kind of thing. So it's thing in the public sector, we need to, or the public sector needs to make a choice. How much control do I want to keep? How much do I want to relinquish? And then accordingly, what kind of contributions do I want to invite? And it could be just forums and support groups, etc. So lots of decisions to make before you dive in.
All three of you have this thing that we wanted to say, what do we need to do, or what does the government need to do in order for it to use open source? And actually we all twisted it around. It's like, hey government, we are all ready for you. How are you going to manage us? We are here, right? Like we can contribute, and it's about and I heard in previous talk as well, it's about the communication. You know, exchanging giving them the right task. This is the sandbox. This is what we need you to do, and this is how we're going to control it, and that's how we're going to govern it. And it's clear from all three of you that this is one. It's not just from contributing perspective, but it's also from what the government can actually ask for and actually do. Thank you. Awesome. So we have Petr Elek. Petr Elek is the founder of CS.Gov, which is open source project that aims to bring an affordable yet secure and flexible web solution to local governments. He's also a board member of Czech Drupal Association, and he participated in Drupal camps all over Europe. He is 15 years member of Drupal community and currently also dev in Anertech, which is open source digital agency in Ireland. So he's open source through and through. Petr, what can you tell us about this topic?
Yeah, thank you for the introduction. So I'm Petr. I have it on a t-shirt as well. So let's start with the project CS.Gov. It started 5 years ago when I was working for Australian agency, and at that time we were developing Drupal solution for the Australian government. So because Australian government decided, okay, we will have all the websites standardized, and they say it will be Drupal like 10 years ago, and I was developing one of the version, and they use Drupal as the web solution, but they also have an open source hosting solution, and everything is open source, so everyone can look at it, download it, check it. So that's great, and at that point I got the idea, okay, something like that is missing in Czech Republic. If you look at the government sites, it's not a nice look most of the time. So I started to build up the CS.Gov, but then I realized that, okay, I'm unable to push it up in the government area, so I lower my ideas and start to using it for the local governments, which is much easier to get to contact with them. And the problem with sustainability for me is that I do have the background from the Drupal community, but I need to build up the community around the CS.Gov project itself, like a sub-community. But I think it's important, and that might disagree a bit with Gerald here, that the makers and takers both need to collaborate and be part of the communities, because it's important that they are like directly involved in the development of such products. And as the Drupal Association and the Drupal community worldwide, we are trying to do so. So the big companies which are using Drupal are invited inside the community to participate directly. So it's viable for the project. I have made a few notes. So just to yeah, one of the issue with sustainability is how to reward the contributors, because it's not only about money. It's in the end, it's the most important part, as Petr said before, that the finance is important, but there are other parts, other ways how to reward the volunteers or the contributors. They can be mentioned somewhere, like, okay, these people, they can be made famous for it, and there can be different ways how to, and we need to find the ways how to reward these people. And of course, not only code is contribution. And this is very hard to measure, because you can measure the number of lines of code you made, but without UX research, without marketing, the project will not exist. And it's much harder to give credits to these people. So we need to still try to find the way how to do it.
It's actually a very nice point, because Czech government is very good at producing products, but usually very often they are not used because the people don't know they exist. So it's something that communication and marketing is definitely a part of how we can then feed and then highlight those people who have contributed to the open source. We need that to the products to be used itself. So thank you for mentioning that.
Yeah, and one mention which was in the previous panel, and it's with the relation to the CRA, that the most popular open source CMS systems like Drupal, Joomla, Typo, and WordPress, of course, they make an open web alliance and trying to work together and standardize the web solutions in a bit. So yeah, that's we will see what will happen from that. And the last point, because I'm originally and I have masters in ecology, so I do have strong feeling about nature and environment, and the sustainability is an ambivalent word with many meanings, and one of them is the environment sustainability, and we know that we are in the age of climate changes, and so the products should be made sustainable even in that direction. So if we can remove some nonsense JavaScript and animation, let's do it. So I think that's important as well, and it's interconnected with the sustainability, because it will be smaller code base, and then it's easier to maintain, and it will be more accessible, which was also one point here. So yeah, that's my
Thank you very much. One word means so many things. Thank you for reminding that. All right, anyone has any questions? If not, I have a question for you. Questions? No? Okay. For anyone, you or yourself, what do you think is the biggest barrier for government to use open source? Shout. Why they wouldn't want to use the open source?
Ignorance.
Wow, okay, next one.
To simply consume.
To implement into their products, sorry. Is there any barrier? Okay, well, we just heard one. Why do you... Come on, give them some credit. Tendering process, fantastic.
Yeah.
Process.
The tendering process has somehow is disadvantaging. Sorry. Do you think that the tendering processes are somehow disadvantaging open source solutions?
To engage with the requirements, you need a
Sorry.
You probably need a bunch of engineers and lawyers together to go through the requirements of a typical tender to decide whether to bid.
Yeah, one that's actually, I think, related is a throat to choke.
Mm-hmm.
So who am I working with? Because the open source community is ephemeral.
Yeah, that's actually an interesting thing, because we had also with the people I had on, we had now recently discussion with one of the countries that is procuring system for the national solution for access requesting, and they could also use our system that we have developed open source, that's made available open source. They even approached us proactively, but as an intergovernmental organization, we're not able to give them SLAs. Mm-hmm. We can give them support, we can give them, but not in a sense that we would be able to do risk management if something bad happens, we would have some loss and that would be recovered from profits. That's not a mechanism you have in this sector. So that also eventually led to the decision, no, we are retracting, and well, they either have some company developing something or they have company developing on open source. They may even require the company to develop on the open source, but the originator might either be not something you can grasp, somebody who can compete for a tender, or then the SLAs might be an issue.
So, if I can just build on this, so how can we solve this? Have you seen this solved somewhere in any way? Is it like, do we put an extra layer between that? I can't give you SLAs, or does it mean that I have to build up my own team that would be sitting on top of that open source, or can I get a company to sit on top of the open source? Have you experienced some way of collaboration on this kind of level?
Well, if I can, that's actually a really good point, that open source actually is a development model. It's not really like a production model. So it's, if you cannot really take open source project and just run it in a large organization. You basically need to make a product out of it that has a lifetime, that has SLA, support, etc. And basically there are two ways. You either pay someone to do it, so like Red Hat or SUSE is in the business of that. We take open source projects and we make products out of them with SLA, etc. Or you basically have in-house expertise and you have people that do it for you in-house. But I think it's a common misconception is, hey, let's save money, let's take this open source project from this repository, it's free, just install it on the server and profit. Yeah, so it doesn't work that way. Yeah, it's really open source is a development model, and if you want to run it in production, that's not everything you need.
So it might be just a lack of knowledge, lack of know-how, how to manage these kind of things from the government's perspective. Hypothesis.
No, it may be more complicated than that, because you have now here a very nice example where Linux eventually got commercialized in that sense, that it's backed by the commercial companies who are able to provide solutions, including SLAs, including custom developments, or including whatever services gets requested. But you can't approach the open source community as such, or even the original originator of the software may not be able to give you the guarantee. So there needs to be some company then eventually picks it up as a commercial vendor using open source and being able to do business on top of it, generate profit so that they can cover the losses, so that they can operate with some risk model and offer SLAs and so forth. I mean, it can be done. Obviously, it works. It can be done also with open source software.
So you mentioned tendering as a problem. So potentially, actually, in the law, I don't think, and someone please correct me if I'm wrong, there is nothing said in the law that government cannot be using open source. All right. No? So it's just about knowing how to deal with the open source, and that's maybe something that's new for them, something new for them to learn. Do you have an example of? Yeah, go ahead.
I do have an example of like where it's working, I think, and it's in Great Britain and Ireland, and their councils were thinking, okay, everyone have a different website, and we don't have too much control about it, and they joined together. It was few of them in the beginning, and they started to build up their own distribution based on Drupal. Yeah, I'm from the Drupal world. And they slowly started to pick another councils and companies which are doing the implementation of the solution. And now it's the most used website solution in Great Britain and Ireland at this point. So, and it's working because they have made I think it's NGO, like small company. It has its own internal dev team, which is very small, but they have some oversee of what's like the overall picture of the distribution, and then the companies and the other contributors are doing the work and the changes.
So it can work.
Well, I don't think there is a single thing that would prevent governments from using open source. But if they procure things through tenders, then for companies it might be advantageous not to go open source. Because then they can more easier vendor lock the government. So I think it would be a responsibility of the government to understand that there is open source models and then require them potentially, if something gets funded from public money, that it would be then required to be open source. And then it can be also taken up. There is no guarantee unless you have as developed ecosystem as you have with Linux, again, as an example, where you have multiple companies who are able to substitute each other, and you may replace the OpenRHEL with OpenSUSE distribution or something and go forth and back for having service from different companies. It can be requested. So this is where there is the power of governments to force this. I mean, one thing that came to my mind when you said about those open web communities, standards are usually most powerfully pushed through, and adoption of standards is pushed through by the customers. If the customers require it, if I take, again, I have my kind of medical informatics hat, the radiology community years back has decided they go for PACS and DICOM, which is open specifications. And they eventually turn the ecosystem that everybody, I mean, there are still caveats that Siemens is doing some tweaks to DICOM that makes it incompatible with other vendor, and kind of this type of little nudges and pushes forth and back are there, but mostly it is a compatible ecosystem. And the Maastricht University was hosting a repository that Otta Dostal was developing since the 90s that you can have in the South Moravian region when you break your leg and you go for an X-ray, and you are then moved to another hospital. You don't need to go for an X-ray for the second time there. They just go to ReadyMed and grab the DICOM file that is there and retrieve it using the PACS protocol. And this community has developed it since 90s, and it's there. In contrast, the digital pathology community had a little bit of a problem because it also became part of the DICOM standard, but it got, this part of the specification got patent encumbered. So there were some patents pending on it, which expired in 2017 approximately. But before that happened, the ecosystem of digital pathology is already messed up by tens of different formats that in the open world are then read by open slide library that is based on reverse engineering those formats, and there is a gazillion of problems. I mean, I guess you guys can appreciate how much pain it is to maintain such a library, because you don't have official specification and vendors can change things without notification and things keep breaking. So now eventually there is again a trend to adopt an open standard, gradually getting to the DICOM, even in the digital pathology community, but because it's already plagued by this misery of proprietary standards, it will take years and years to get there. But still the fastest way would be if the hospital departments will start saying, in order to have acceptable digital pathology solution, it will be DICOM, that is the standard, period, end of story. So if the procurer, the government, the municipality, whatever, comes and says, we require, it's open source, we require it follows open standards, we require this and that, then you can stimulate it. And it's nothing that will be preventing them to do so even now, I guess. It just needs to be put into tenders.
Thank you. I'm going to ask now a question to Gerald, if I may, as a ex-VP of products, because a lot of things that I've heard it here mentioned before is we can have a great technology, we can have even the requirements from the customers, we can even have the willing coders to code the stuff, but usually things fail because of humans and communication. So I would like to ask, in regards to, let's imagine this beautiful world that the governments are going for open source, right? What would you recommend from experience working with products as such? What do they need? What kind of skills they need, the government needs, in order for them to manage this amazing community of contributors who are willing to spend their time on it? What skills they need to do in order for them to manage it well and get the most out of it?
So I think there's two categories. One is simply as a user. If you want a Linux distribution, if you want something to take care of your web pages, just tender it, just purchase it. I mean, you put in open source or something like if equivalent, then open source will be preferred. 100%, actually, I think you made a very good point is before you go open source or going with open source, open standards. Like open standards should be the non-negotiable part. If there is not an open source solution that's adequate yet, okay, but open standards, number 0, open source preference at least number 1. And then, you know, just tender those things and inquire and don't do your special. Because that's something I've seen governments being very much in favor of sometimes. Is like, yes, we need the gold plated with special velvets and da-da-da. No. If you were the CEO of a private company, you probably wouldn't do it because it's not commercially reasonable. So just be normal, right? If you have whatever you have, infrastructure, web, payroll application, just tender it. And then, okay, there is the special government thing. I would encourage involving people that have experience. I've seen it with a customer of ours, and the story isn't actually about SUSE. The story is about, it's a customer, so I've learned about it. They wanted to introduce new processes. They wanted to go cloud native. They were very bank, very system critical infrastructure, very conservative. They wanted to cloud native. What did they do? They grabbed their recent hires from university and said, okay, assume you're the head of IT or you're the heads of IT, how would you want to go about it? And I mean, don't unleash them without control, because pull in the security people, pull in other people who have expertise, but use people that have open source background if you want to really dive in, that know how you communicate and engage with communities. I mean, I think all of us who have been in projects have seen those bug reports or feature requests that start with like, it is completely unacceptable that this bug, which is obviously so important, has not been resolved in 3 years. And you must, or right?
Guilty.
Yeah. That's not how you work with open source communities. I guarantee those of us who have been in there, if we file a bug report, it's not guaranteed to be addressed. I mean, if I file a bug report against anything SUSE, there is a good chance it'll starve for whatever reason. And it didn't matter whether I was VP of products or a CTO, engineers just don't care if they don't feel like it, because I'm not a paying customer. Which may be the right priority, by the way. But I guarantee if we file in a project that we have never been engaged, where people don't know who we are, and we don't have any credits to use, we will fare, all of us will fare a higher chance of that thing getting looked at favorably and addressed, because we have the experience how to communicate, because we have been in the shoes. Like, what kind of information do people want? What kind of tone, Sometimes in Austria we have the thing, it's like the Ton macht die Musik, the tone makes the music, yeah? and then how do you engage? And sometimes it's, that's actually how you multiply it as a maintainer. How do you get people actually to engage and help with you? And I did this yesterday. I'm still maintaining something which I shouldn't, and I don't have the time and not really the expertise anymore. But there was no successor. I've been looking for a successor, so it's the monkey on my shoulder I can't get rid of. So I got this bug report. I had no idea what did I do. I copied 3 people who I've helped in the last year, who I know have been using this, and said, look, I don't know, can any of you help? I got a patch within 24 hours that I now need to look at, and I can apply, and they can't because they don't actually have commit access to that. But the point is, there is a learning, there's a thinking, there's an engaging with communities beyond the commercial. Yeah, get your program managers, get all those functions, but also get people who know how to work that, and then you have this multiplication that open source can bring.
That's wonderful.
One more reflection to the governments. One thing that might be preventing these things, and exactly what you described, is that the government needs to go through this mechanism of tenders, typically, and they need to write, or they feel like they need to write a perfect specification. And then that's a huge caveat, because normally in the business, I guess you don't have a perfect specification. You are just developing towards something. And if you insist on, again, I can give you an example for one of the hospitals here in Brno who was procuring their new hospital information system, and they wrote the specification based on the previous one, and then they tendered it and they got nothing back, because nobody is able to fulfill exactly the specification they asked for. So this reasonability that you mentioned, the question is, how do we get there effectively, that those tenders contain, like, the people who are sitting on the tender side are able to make, have deep enough understanding of their needs of who they're also serving, because often it's not for themselves. I mean, there was, I think, a nice example of this system that is now used for the high school applications, which was also subject of newspaper things, which was actually hacked together by a relatively small group of people who are doing heavily agile development, fixing things on the go. And there was no perfect specification up front. Like for most of us, you start developing things, you have some rough idea what you need, and as you keep developing things, you get to understand what are your needs, what are the needs of people you are serving, and you keep adjusting those things. And if you go into this myth of like having a perfect tender which gets replied by a perfect consortium, or responded to by a perfect consortium, that can prevent those things, because then you end up with a company that basically commits a suicide and says, we will give you everything you need. Well, maybe in 20 years, and maybe it will cost you arm and leg, and maybe we will go bankrupt in between. So how to get to that specification is a tricky thing, which requires expertise, which requires time, which may not be one-time process, will require evolution.
It's just one I had that the open source generally works on the daily, early soften basis. That means basically start with small and then you incrementally like improve. If you come up with, you know, like requirement, you have to come up with this in certain time. That's not gonna work in open source, at least in my opinion.
It's 100% sure, because when I was working with Singapore government, the Singapore government said, yes, we want to do agile, but we don't know how to write the tenders for agile.
I was
like, please help us, and I was like, we would love to help you, but it's not about how you write it, right? It's about
I was going to say, I think, like, when you said it, like, agreed, the counter argument will be, yeah, but then we can't contain cost. My counter argument to that would be, show me any big public construction work that is on money and on time, or actually on time or on money. You know, any like Vienna airport, Berlin airport in Germany is very famous because I think it took them 4 years and I'm sure here in Czech Republic you have similar.
We have plenty, don't worry, yeah.
And that's, I mean, building something is a well-known thing. We have been doing this for hundreds and thousands of years. And software is a new thing, right? So
it's something that the raising complexity makes these deadlines and timelines much more unreliable, and it's something I think that public sector is learning painfully. But I think they are on the way. They are on the way. It's just it's going to take some time, I guess. I would like to ask all of you, what would make you to want to work through open source, with government? Yeah, go on.
If governments hired open source contributors to take care of the infrastructure or whatever they're running.
You mean as in to pay people to contribute to?
I understood your question as what would make people want to work for governments using open source?
Yes, correct. Yeah.
So if I'm an open source contributor who does it in his, free time or whatever, I wouldn't mind doing it for a government who is, rolling out a large number of servers, helping citizens through something. And let's say those servers run, some web server that is most likely open source, some security infrastructure, identity management, blah, 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 like Linux servers. And at some point, they will need people who understand how those things work. Like, even if you have a paid vendor like Red Hat or SUSE, you might still need knowledgeable sysadmins who know how to, apply a hot fix or this or that. And and if governments are willing to hire people from the community, like maintainers of critical projects, so I think that's how people would like to work on them. Because a lot of these critical projects are severely underfunded, like OpenSSL was one given, and there are several. And let's say if I am working as a sysadmin for 60% of my job maintaining their servers, I could also have like a smaller part of my job where I actually take care of the upstream project, whether it be, Bash or Zshell or OpenSSL or whatever it is that always gets used, like curl or there's so many of these little things that are everywhere. Like the other day I was watching a talk where apparently curl, this thing to download, like this simple HTTP library, it's even on Mars these days because that rover or whatever there is using it. So yeah, I think that's one way a lot of people would want to work. And I think a lot of the engineers at Red Hat and SUSE also ended up, like me included, just the same way. So yeah, that's just what I felt.
First employee, first hope. Anyone else?
May I? I have an addition to this. I would be slightly against to get employed by the government just because of I will be ripped of the community. So I will need some and be ensured by the government that I can contribute back still to the community. Just like, otherwise the government can, because they have money, so they can give away all the people, all the brains. Yeah, I definitely agree. And also, like Iji was saying, that at least for me, until the last 2 or 3 years, most of the things that I was known for in the community were done entirely in my free time, even though I was nominally working for Red Hat in a team that is supposed to be paid to do that. And I think there is this famous quote by, I think, Jeremy Allison or somebody from the Samba project, is that open source or free software works best when the paid maintainers steal time from their employer to do something like this. And I think it's definitely true. So I agree with you, yeah. And it also depends a lot on the person. Like open source, you can get a job and it's completely disappeared, like it happens a lot.
But there are also a lot of people who just take the job as a way to, I don't have to worry about some random other thing that I used to do, and it's So yeah, I agree with you. Yeah.
Thank you. Right, we have another potential contributor to government open source projects. I'm recruiting here, government, hope you're watching me.
So as an employee or as a vendor, for me, it's if the government would have a CTO who is a former maintainer of an open source project, or some of these guys would probably work well, then I think everything else would be sorted out so that people or companies would get into business. If it's not like that, and the mindset of like command and control and everything that's been said, that's completely different mindset than a community contributing and everything, and so that wouldn't work. So I think the fish stinks from its head. So the very man on top has to be the best friend of,
or woman.
Or yes, of course, or whatever. So yeah, must be the biggest fan of this, and the rest would follow. That's what I think.
Wonderful. So here, lots of you are saying about also the environment has to be the environment of the community of the open source that we are used to, and then maybe we'll have more open source people in the government projects, like to have that equality there, having that the environment, the support, the freedom, the structure, so that we can work in the way that we are used to. Maybe something for government to notice. I would like to ask you, Peter, because you are directly on the ground, working, creating open source software for government. I mean, that's a very brave thing to do, and it's wonderful. And and I know it cost you lots of your time. And I also know you were creating a community around your project, a free community. Didn't pay them money. It was about like, I am interested in this kind of topic. Come and work with me. Come and help me to get this off the ground. Can you give us some insight into what worked and what didn't, and why?
Okay, so as I'm a member of the Česko.Digital community, I did like apply for the acceleration program with open cities, with otevřená města, and there was like, in the end, there was like 40-50 people who were contributing on the project, on the acceleration, and from my point, the worst part of the process was myself, because it took a lot of time. So to manage these things, and even though I was trying to, at the beginning I was trying to manage it myself, to learn it, to like get the experience, but then we were trying to get someone to help me with that, but the time was the bad thing about it, that I didn't have that much time to manage it as I would like.
So the community was willing, they were wanted to give the time, but in order for them to use it constructively, you needed to be there to create this governance around it, and that took you time.
Yeah, I was needed to answer questions, give guidance, and
so back
do some
to governance
decisions.
again.
So it takes a lot of time.
Yeah. So another key unlocked for sustainability of government projects or any projects is to have the time for the governance and to piecemeal the information and the communication for the...
Have the money to have the time.
Yeah. Oh, so that's where we are. Back to the money again.
Yeah.
Fantastic, thank you. Anyone has any questions? Anything to add?
I have to add something. It's more like, now I'm not an employee. I'm working as a person, like a citizen. I have some experience with or trying to help to promote open source within the public administration. Mm-hmm. And what I notice is that they're scared. Mm-hmm. And they're scared, I think it was even said that they need some trust, some supply, or like to be sure that even like if there are some grants, so they have a time frame where the product needs to be supported. And they're scared that like if you say open source, usually they think it's like for free and that's all. So I think that they shouldn't be as much afraid of the open source. It's not necessary, but also it's true that there are some traps, and not every project or every company will be the good one. And I think that, and I'm not sure if it was mentioned today, that there are like 3 types of, let's say, people or companies, and it's like that one who are consuming, just consuming the software, the other ones which consume and also give back, and the third ones are like usually the biggest ones, the leaders of the projects. So it's like that. What needs to be taken care of is to like build the trust, and this trust is mutual. So if we want the company, the public administration trust us, we need to trust them and show them that they don't need to be afraid of, and that there are not only companies but even the organizations like Open Cities, for example, who can be the partners, who can help to make a bridge between companies or the freelancers, people from the communities who can help with their problems, and they will be trusted partners.
That's a very wonderful. And back again to humans, right? And trust takes time to build, and trust is very difficult. And I got recently hung up on this thing that's called 2 loops model, because my topic now, what I'm interested in, is systemic change, which in public sector is cried out for. And so what does this 2 loop model does is that it describes that you have some old system, and now I don't mean technical system, but system of people, structure, hierarchy, that basically builds up, and on top of it, it's optimizing for risk management. Create it around itself such a strong structures and writes all sorts of rules just to not make a mistake, that it stop innovation. Right? And that's where it starts being dysfunctional. It doesn't serve its purpose anymore. And that's where the pockets of innovation starts happening. And on the second loop, what starts happening is these pockets of innovation, these individuals, they start connecting together, creating communities of practice, and start creating a new system. And the system starts creating value that's bigger than the old system. And what happens is that the first system say, oh, they more value, less effort, let's move our resources to this new system. And that's how a new system is made. The old one disappears and dies out. I really love what you said, because essentially when we, people in open source community, I just called myself open source community, I apologize that I can't say that. When we start creating in open source value that the government is able to see, then they will start moving those resources to that place. And lots of it is the trust, and it's all this, but it's also communication, and it's exactly like we have Open Cities that's amazing. They are doing this kind of work, and it's about the advocacy and telling them. So I would really love to support everyone who does this, because government needs to hear that. Does any one of you, anyone here, does any kind of advocacy towards government with open source? Apart from the fact that we have it written on your T-shirt. Okay, fair. You should. Yourself, yeah?
Occasionally.
Occasionally. And your experience, could you share with us? How do they, what do you tell them, and how do they respond?
I feel in public sector there's still more of those conversations that I thought I wouldn't have anymore, which is about the viability of open source. Like when I had customer conversations 15, 20 years ago, it was more like we are safe, we are reliable, and that's not been that's been very rare recently. I think in public sector there's maybe a little bit more anxiety still.
I think it's because what you said before, because there is no, if I'm a, how do you call it, like there's no challenging, like when you're in private, I can choose from here or there, and therefore they need to compete. But if I want my social support, there's only one place I can go to, right? And therefore they're not forced to innovate and to go further. So that's why they tend to be behind the loop, right? What about yourself? You mentioned that you also tried advocacy.
Well, I'm doing it on this European level.
Mm-hmm.
I would say I see people there who are interested in innovating, but it may be the processes that are kind of, you need to go through those tenders instead of doing community development. You rather need to procure. You don't have experts in-house, yet you hope you're able to write a tender, which is contradiction on its own. And I think another problem, which is kind of inherent to the public sector and also to the administration of academic sector, is the fear of making mistakes. Because you will make mistakes on the go unless you're just copying what's out there and you're just selecting those things that are known to work. And if you really innovate, you make mistakes and you need to not to be punished for them, and you need to also to have a mechanism how you recover from those mistakes in an efficient way. And that's in principle hard in these sectors. I mean, that's known also with lawyers in academia or in governmental things, that they're not there to move things forward, they're there to protect institutions in the first place. And the same is with those public servants that are then writing tenders. They also often take this defensive position.
Yeah, just that what I was going to say as well. I think what I see as the biggest obstacle is the risk aversion. Definitely, I think it's also common in the private sector, but it's much more common in the public sector. And there is that deadline that says that no one has ever been fired for buying and then put the standard vendor in there, and that's exactly it, because open source is still an alternative, and to implement alternative, it requires some risk taking, and if you don't have environment for that, to take that risk, and that environment would even punish you for, for example, failing, then yeah, it's not.
I mean, in the business, or even in this where I now function in this research infrastructure world, you need to risk, because you need to drive the innovation forward. But in the traditional governmental world, I mean, in the business, if you don't innovate, if you stop innovating, then you will, sooner or later, you will lose. And while in this governmental world, if you don't do anything, you still survive, kind of. So this. Often it's, and I see it on this, like on those lawyers things. Like if they prevent something, with the argument they have protected the institution, and because of that things got blocked, it's okay for them. It's not okay necessary for the institution because it got blocked and it can't move ahead. So somehow, taking this more adventurous and more innovative mentality, there would be very helpful. And I mean, despite this newspaper shitstorm that was floating around DIPSI system, eventually I think that it's really worth rewarding those people for making it happen, despite all the problems, because they eventually fixed the problems on the go. And they eventually provided a system that functions, that works for people. So this like awarding this type of adventures makes sense, because then it gives also stimulus and an example to the other people that it's okay if you try to advance things.
Fantastic, thank you. I love the DIPSI example. For you who don't know, there was this group of guys who have developed, as they say, in their living room, a system for where people can apply for the, was it colleges? Yeah. Yeah. And they've done it in
secondary schools.
They've done it.
The British terminology.
Yes, secondary schools, and they've done it over like 6 months or something insane. I mean, insane for governments, right? But I mean, we would done this probably. I mean, private sector probably do it fast, but yeah, they got slammed for it, and we all, like, all those who know, were like, yes, finally someone went against the rules and actually just did it in the living room. Just get it over with and it's done, right?
Well, it was basically what I was describing. I think they eventually ended up like an in-house team, so it was not a. I mean, I think they were hired by the Cermat company, who is then subsidiary of the government, supposed to organize those things. But instead of running a tender with perfect specification and going for 5 years, and Institute for Protection of Industrial Competition intervening 6 times, they did it in-house with mistakes that they were able, because they had the competence in-house, they were able eventually to fix the mistakes, and then we've got a functional system within 6 months or 9 months or whatever. We've got a system.
I think they were put in an impossible situation in the first place, because when the new system was approved, there was already not enough time for a proper tender. So the only way was in-house solution, and that agencies was not just properly equipped for that. So they actually came up with a pretty good solution. Yeah.
And it's all these like islands of deviation that would help us to move forward to this other loop that I was describing. So I really admire those guys. Okay, anyone has any questions? How many people have I recruited to work open source to government? Everyone just opening their eyes. I hope it will change very soon. Thank you very much to the speakers. It was lovely talking to you. Thank you very much that most of you didn't fall asleep. And thank you, Otevřená města, for creating this for us and this panel discussion. Thank you very much.
And thanks very much, Veronica, for moderating whole the panel. So thank you very much once again. So basically, we are basically in the end. Lucy, please come here, and we should have some sort of closing remarks. So please, no, stay seated. It will be short. It will be short. Don't worry. Don't worry. So basically, we have heard during the afternoon, we have heard 2 panel discussion. You know, just from that. The conclusion is, yeah, the Czech National OSPO as a platform for discussion of these topics makes sense, in our opinion. Hopefully you agree, and we can talk about it more during the drinks. Some small remarks, you know, in the Cyber Resilience Act, yeah, it's going to be approved by the Commission, but now what's going to be about the Czech part of implementation, you know? What are going to be the code of conduct in the Czech Republic, or how we are going to work with the standardization body in the Czech Republic, etc. So these are the questions that we should be probably talking, you know, that at least we have some sort of idea, you know, and we help to cluster community, and for that reason, that is one of the reasons why we created the OSPO, actually, to have the place and the contact point, you know, where to discuss these topics. And secondly, about this second panel, basically building trust, you know, talk with each other, you know. Yeah, me as a former public officer, you know, I understand what you are saying, you know, but sometimes I'm saying, yeah, okay, we are trying to move, we are trying to innovate, basically. It takes a lot of time, and it is really frustrating on both sides. And then when it is not going so quickly, you know, then the innovators actually that we are working with, they said, oh, you are not doing that, and etc. You know, so it's a kind of circle that we are going around and around. But we need these platforms, you know. We need to discuss it, and we need basically. My personal view on that is that it was mentioned, you know, the architects of open source solution within the public sector and within the academia. And on the other hand, and we are discussing that with Lucy, kind of, is that you have in Czech, it's called hospodárnost, you know. So basically, if we are able to also work with the government and talk with them in their own language, you know, and this kind of platform should bring us together. So maybe, yeah, we will be able to innovate very quickly, but we have to find the common language. So yeah, it's wonderful that we had these 2 panels basically, And I will pass the word to Lucy to basically close the conference. So thank you very much from my side to being here. It was great, and as we presented in the morning, we are going to continue in the second half of the year. So the chairwoman of Open Cities, please, the last words are yours.
Thank you. So just a few words. I'm really happy that we can stand here because, well, it was a lot of work to create this conference, and it was a lot of work to be able to be here and present you all these topics and the creation of National OSPO. So we are really happy. Thank you for all your cooperation, and we will be happy to work with you in the future. Thank you, all the panelists, all the speakers, and all the participants as well. And I would like to also thank the organizing team, because you guys did a great job. So thank you for it. And please join us at the event in June. We will send you information, and we will be continuing this work on Czech National OSPO. So I think that's it. And one last thing, this is part of the celebration of being in European Union for 20 years. So we are also happy that we can be part of it. Yeah, did I forget something? Yeah, thanks for the organizers and partners. Yeah, and now for the drinks and networking. Thank you, and see you next time.